Hello, everybody, and welcome to round 6 of Sharjah Masters. I am Women International Master Raluca Sgîrcea, and with me, I have, as usual, Grandmaster Toms Kantans. How are you, Toms, today?
Hello, hello, Raluca. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I am
Excited for another good round, yes? Let's see what we
exactly.
get today.
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful for the repetition of something that we saw 2 days ago, and in a sense of excitement. But yeah, so many games
Very
that
high
there's
bar.
always, but so many games that there's always a way to make at least one game interesting.
Yeah, I think so. And today we have some interesting matchups. We have on board one Alexander Indic against Dai Changren. They are both on 4 points. We were hoping to see Abdusatorov against Giri yesterday, but we won't just yet. We have Makshutlu against Giri on second board. And you can see the rest of the pairings here. We will be looking mostly at the first 5 boards, which also have a live feed from the playing hall.
But of,
And yes,
but of
sorry.
course, we have to keep an eye on all these boards that we have now visible in pairings, because those are all the people who have 3.5, at least 3.5 points, except for board 5, which is Gremio against Salem, who have 3 points.
Exactly. And I was going to mention that we have uh, very few people with 4 points, 3 only. And then we have a big pack with 3.5. I think, again, about 12 people, if I remember correctly. I think so, yeah, about 11,
Yeah,
12 people. And
till 16th place we have with 3.5. Yeah,
yeah, and then a very big pack with 3 points. So they are still very close, and winning one game can change the standings very, very much. Anyone can be back on board one in one round or two.
especially what can change very much is winning multiple games.
Yes, two
And
out of two, and you're playing on board one, I think.
yeah, I just when going through the results of the tournament, one thing that I noticed very interesting is there was a player, Malakian from Poland, who started with 0 out of 2 and played on round 3 on the last board.
Okay.
But now, yeah, he has 3 out of 5, and he is playing on board 9 and is close to the leaders. So yeah, in this event where everybody is making draws, just few wins in a row can just put you from the bottom to the top, just like that.
Wow, that's a huge change, yes. Maybe he was just starting. Sometimes you need some time to warm up. And he warmed up against two 2600 players from what I see here. And then he started the engines.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the big advantage of the tournament like this. That even when you're on 0 out of 2, you are not really that far behind, and you also have all your chances to have a good result still, because you're constantly getting very strong opposition, and if you catch your game, you can do well. Like when we take a look at the casual open tournament, even with the rating floor of something like 2000, like which is maybe happening often, and someone even just not counting in the very low ratings, but still, if you will have bad start, some even like half out of 2, then you are going to be playing at least for a few rounds with very low rated players, much lower rated than you. And that means that it's very hard, first of all, to correct the mistake that you
Mm.
did in your rating. And second of all, yeah, you can't fight for the norms or anything like this. It's just all gone instantly.
Yeah, it's very difficult to make it to the top boards afterwards and play even for a prize because everyone keeps winning their games. They're also favorites. And yeah, when they play well, it's probably just going to be a very big difference in points. But here it's not easy for anyone. Everyone has a tough game every
Yeah,
day.
that is very true. It also is showing that we don't have any person left in the tournament with zero points anymore. We had yeah, one
Because
person.
someone retired. Yes, someone,
Yeah, Inyat
I think.
Theodora
Oh, okay, I see. Yes.
Yeah, we don't know the reasons for that, but
We
yeah,
hope she's okay.
yeah.
She's the European champion, right? This year's European champion.
Yeah, I think it was it is the case. I'm always very stressed whenever it comes up any titles, because even though when you feel like you know something, it's there's always not a certainty for 100% because there's so many facts, so many tournaments happening simultaneously, and then it is awkward to say something completely wrong.
Well, but she's
So
been, if I remember correctly, she won this year, and she has been at the top for a very, very long time. She's been playing very well in a lot of tournaments. Um, hope she's okay and she's healthy in this tournament, and she
yeah,
didn't retire because of big health issues anyway.
yeah, let's hope that is the case. And yeah, looking at the top boards, any uh, matchup which is particularly interesting for you, except of course board one and board two. I mean, they
I think
are.
that's very interesting. Yes. Well, I'm excited to see Abdusatorov with the white pieces. I think he's going to try and play for a win today. Yesterday we saw him going for a quick draw. I don't know if we are correct, but we thought we saw a draw offer there very early in the game, somewhere around move 7 or 8, which his opponent did not accept. And then they still made a draw about 10 moves later. So I hope today with the white pieces, after getting a short rest day yesterday, he will try to win this game. It's not going to be easy, but let's see. And I
Yeah,
don't know which other game do you think will be interesting?
well, I think that it's gonna be exciting when the first board. Indich has been playing very well, very convincing in this tournament, and he has now white pieces, and he's playing against a player who, on the paper, he's a big favorite against. But that's of course on the paper because Dai Changren is also playing super convincing and super exciting chess. So he is kind of hinting his opponents that, oh, it's gonna play it calm, 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 and then at one moment tactics start to fly in, just like that.
And he
And
doesn't miss any. Yesterday we saw such nice rook takes e8, such nice sacrifice and well calculated.
yeah, we
So
both
yeah,
were left stunned completely.
yes. So he's definitely an exciting player.
and uh, and English is not the one to play a calm, symmetrical
No,
position. So it means that yeah, this game could be interesting. It could become big clash. And of course, we have third seed of the tournament, Maxatlu playing against Anish Guri. Who are the top seeds in the event, and yeah, so as we
do you
see.
have a prediction for this game, for the second board? What do you think is going to happen?
Oh, it's it's. I think
Decisive or
this.
draw? I'm not even going to ask you to give a result, but do you think it's going to be decisive or a draw?
I think it's gonna be a draw.
You think it's going to be a draw? Yeah, I was also inclined to think that it's going to be a draw. I think on the first board we might have a decisive result. I think there's a high chance we have one there.
Yeah, it's a big chance. And on board three, of course, Abusataro will be trying to uh, join the leaders, or at least be a bit closer to leaders, as he's playing again lower rated opponent Inyan Pa from India. But yeah, it's not clear in this tournament at all with the ratings. It's like they
If you
don't
can
matter.
call, if you can call someone rated 2573 a lower rated opponent, that is.
Oh, it's 200 points under Abusaturo rating, so
Yeah.
that's a big gap, of course. But it's been a very big trend in the world of chess that everybody around level of 2600 is able to compete also with the top guys, and just they never had a chance. And now with these amazing open tournaments appearing more and more, like Sharjah Masters here. Yeah, we get to see those clashes together, and we see that yeah, it's not only 2700 club that can play with each other. Others
No,
also can
no.
do that.
I think it's very difficult to play in open tournaments and win them, and play well. There are always people who can create surprises. There are always young players who can be very solid, and it's very easy to drop rating for any very high rated player. I still remember when was it? 2 years ago in Sieges, when Dominguez was trying to gain rating, but he didn't. It's very tough for everyone.
Yeah, that was yeah, that was a very special situation. I had
Yeah.
very strong opinion about that situation, but I guess this is not the place or time for
Let's
that.
just stick to the fact that it's not easy to win an open tournament.
Yeah, and actually, what we forgot to mention, apologies for that. There are still two players playing on 3.5 out of 5. It's just there's another assigned board on board 12. There is Theodoro Nicolas playing against Aditya Mittal, and they also have 3.5 points. So if we will have time, we can also keep an eye on that game, since Teodoro as well have had quite an exciting matches, and always an interesting opening choice on the board. So certainly worth to keep in mind.
Yes. And we
And
have some moves.
in the meantime,
A few
the
moves.
game has started. And we see that Indich is playing exactly the same thing that yesterday Anish Giri played against him. And it seemed like
His favorite
uh,
structure, c4 and then d4 from blacks.
Benoni, just Benoni.
Benoni, yes,
Yeah.
just Benoni. Did he play g3 in the other game that we saw? Okay, 97. I was wondering
Wow.
if he went for c4 on the second move or on the third move. Do you remember? 2 rounds ago,
Well,
where he played
I
a reverse Benoni.
I think he set up the bishop on g2 and then
And then c4.
yeah, but I don't remember exactly. But okay, we have 97, and now I think he switched to d4. Yeah, he did.
Could be because 97 is strongly threatening e5, yeah?
Yeah, but there are those setups, just to go back, that sometimes white doesn't mind that d5 could be played, and they simply play these openings with d3, and then they allow e5 to come if some. So with bishop on c8, I guess it's a favorable version to play e5. It seems counterintuitive, but maybe bishop on c8 is just keeping the queen side still in check, and it doesn't disturb us for other pieces to be developed. And now we have knight c3. Oh wow, this is already very curious looking
We see
position.
something very strange today, something that we've been told we shouldn't do in these structures. But I assume the idea is to go e4 very soon. That's why a knight on c3. Could it be?
Yeah, it could be that that's the case, just to go e4 sometime very, very soon. Or it is aimed against a c5 move in some cases, and that a4 is controlled, and d5 is under attack immediately. So maybe just guessing. So if it's bishop g2, maybe there's some. No, but there can be no c5 because knight is
There
going to be under
cannot be
attack.
not yet, at least, yeah.
So generally, white, when they play with bishop on g2, they do want to go c4 sometime later and make this bishop very powerful. So the setup with the somewhat strange looking knight d7, knight b6 is aimed against c4. And I guess white's point is, okay, if I am not going to have c4, then I don't want to play c3 because, well, there's no reason to. So I can just develop knight to c3.
And I
Um,
guess the bishop g2 castles, and the break will be with e4. Perhaps also if the knight is on b6, it's not so easy for black to get the setup with knight e4 and another knight to f6. And that's
yeah,
why.
that's probably. Yeah, probably that setup is not happening. And could we see something like bishop g2, knight h4, and then just immediate e4 anyways?
Yeah.
It's interesting that both players seem to know what they're doing. But
This
mentioning
is
this
no
knight is...
surprise.
Yeah, speaking of this 97 knight b6 manner, it's been very, very trendy to be now playing all sorts of, in e4 openings, all sorts of lines with 97 knight g6, and just claiming that, okay, then we don't have to worry about the pawn coming to e5, there's no tempos, knight can be attacking sometimes, and if needs be, it can go to f8 and immediately defend on h7 against some bishop attacks on this diagonal. And so maybe this is like the next thing. That okay, if on e4, e5 it's 97 knight g6, then on d4, d5, well, now it's gonna be 97 knight b6 in every opening.
I wonder how black will attack the center with the knight on b6, because usually it's with c5. Is it still going to be with c5?
Maybe he's not planning to attack the center. Just gonna keep it locked. We can see some a4, a5, I think, happening sometime in the future. Seems like a useful move for both sides. And okay, knight h4 immediately.
Are we going to see e4 after this? Nah, because bishop goes to g4.
Okay, there's still h3, and bishop is not staying on g4. Is there some lines like this, and if you go g4, then there is some
e5,
crazy e5?
Yeah. e6 or e5, yeah.
Yeah, e5 looks more fun, but maybe yeah, just e6, and then we have g4 for no reason since we didn't manage to take the knight. The bishop, that is.
Yeah.
I wonder who is going to be the first one to be out of the book here.
Oh, because you think that they are still in book.
Well, it's
to me, it looked like Dai Changren is a bit bored with waiting for White's next move, so I think he still knows this.
Yeah, and also he has not spent any time at all, as he just making moves. And I think that Indich is simply trying to choose which line to go for. I think he has multiple options here, not only one.
Bishop g2 would also make sense.
f3 is fun.
f3 is fun, you think? Okay. And what about bishop h5? g5, g4 probably still is not.
Yeah, not g4,
okay.
but let's leave it there for now. And maybe bishop h5.
What are you trying to do? So what if e6?
I'm just gonna castle now, I think. Or e4. I just wanted knight to have square on g2 in case it wants to regroup.
And in case I want to play g5 and trap it, no?
Exactly.
Okay. It looks very strange, but it's probably nice once you get to play e4 and get the center.
Oh, and actually, speaking of knight g2, maybe knight g2 immediately is worth considering.
Mm-hmm.
And then to get knight f4 with a tempo and to actually take this bishop. I wouldn't be surprised if black would play something
Should
like
I?
f6.
I was going to ask you. Should I double down on the fun and play f6? This is not what we teach people, no? Do you teach your students to play to move their f pawn in the opening? I don't think you do.
Yeah, not necessarily, and also
Not necessarily.
I'm strongly advising against moving the same piece in the opening multiple times. And now the manner is knight f3, knight h4, knight g2,
So you're
knight
not going to be
f4.
using this model game for your lessons, for sure.
But luckily, it's queen d3.
With a knight f5 idea as well, could it be? No, just getting out of the pin and play e4.
Maybe just e4, yeah. Okay, and we don't have an instant reply from Tai Chang-ren, so Indich did manage to choose a line, at least that maybe was not directly prepared for this game by Black.
I find it very hard to prepare this, to have this all prepared.
Yeah, this is... you have to be very, very lucky to prepare exactly this.
But he probably studied these sort of structures and ideas, and he knows pretty much where he wants to get, and he's just figuring out how to get there.
Right now, I guess we're seeing e4 for sure. If queen d3 was played with the purpose of to play e4, then I guess e4 should come right now. There cannot be any plan with a long castle just yet, since I don't think there's any good square for the bishop from c1. And also with the knight coming to c4, maybe long castle is not that pleasant. Let's say if you would play some line like bishop d2, and black would just start to go with c5 and knight c4, and that's not where you want to put your king.
The queen is almost trapped as well. The queen on d3. Just play e3 and you got it trapped.
Oh, that's very nice. I think there's a self-mate. No, this is self-queen trap.
Okay, so there have been 2 other games played here according to the Lichess database. I wonder if there are any other games. Gonna quickly look in ChessBase.
Yeah, e4, I'm gonna try to figure out what is the idea. I think it also got played now. So move. Yep, e4 is on the board. So I can try to figure it out. Is it gonna transpose to some French-like structure if you go e5 and knight d7 and just with a knight on b6?
And the bishop out.
Oh, and the bishop is there. Now, but now we can... No, we can't attack the bishop. It's so weird looking.
So my database has more than 2 games. Have some that are doubles.
Looks like a good
games
French.
is what I have.
Good Caro-Kann, actually not French. So f6.
But then you don't have a pawn on c6. Maybe you'll have it directly on c5.
Yeah, that's why it looks like a good Caro-Kann, because we are gonna get c5. Just trying to see what is all
so here
this.
2 moves have been played. One of them is bishop e7, 8 games, and the other one is knight to f6.
Some move was played. Which one is it? c6, and convincingly.
And we're in a new position.
So amazing, so cool how casually we just arrive at new positions, completely new positions, or they move 7. Like, how is that even possible?
It's modern chess.
And after completely strange setup from both sides, as players are still playing in the speed like they would be in the book. But
Now we see Indich taking a time to think now.
c6 seems a bit strange, since what is the point of it? Just to wait, I guess. Simply to wait it for a moment. Because we didn't make knight f6 any more appealing, because in cases of a e5 we're gonna be having to play the same setup. Just now we lost the tempo, as we are not ever going c5 in one move. If you go knight d7, I think c5 has to be the plan. And in any like the stuff with bishop e7 and so on, otherwise the knight anyways needs to get to f6. So,
but even after knight f6, e5, knight d7, the knights are a bit strangely placed, no? Because the other knight in the Caro-Kann would go to c6. Or is it that the knight from d7 will go to b8 and eventually to c6? How are they going to find?
I actually thought that if we'll get c5 on the board, white is just not in time to react against it, and the knight is going to be very annoyingly jumping to c4. Since we cannot make a setup with c3 work, so that it's going to be useful, and maybe the other knight will support f6 break.
f6. Yeah, good question. What are you going to do with that bishop? Bishop h5. Only move? Well, yeah, only move.
We can have
Yeah, we can have an in-between move there. That's true.
He's actually thinking about it. Oh, well, speaking of in-between moves, I know g5, I guess it's not the best of ideas. I just lose a pawn. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to find another.
That's true.
Another move to include somewhere in the mix. Yeah, if we take, this is looking almost like some Scandinavian position. With black had taken on d5 and went back queen d8.
Yeah.
Just with a knight on b6, which is not supporting the usual c5 break, which is also necessary in Scandinavian. So, yet it's.
But the other knight can always get to d7 if you need it. Or you just put one on d5 and the other one on d7, I guess.
Yet this could be a very easy game for white. Just bishop g2, castle c4, and then look to break the center.
We see more players looking very confused at this position. They're probably wondering, how did this happen? How did they get here? Does it happen to you sometimes when you play tournaments and you walk around and see a position on the board and you just have to look at the score sheet? What opening was this?
Yeah, it sometimes happens, but I don't think actually it happens. Like here, we can still figure out more or less. Like the pieces are placed unusually, but sometimes there's the case that it's simply like normal kind of position, and one side has like extra move or something, and then you're just looking at it and like, where did it come from? And in that case, yeah, I cannot stop myself, and I do have to check the score sheet. Otherwise, it's just it just keeps bugging me. Like I can sit at my own board and just try to recreate the game and just find this how to make this extra move.
Oh no! What about your game?
Yeah, exactly. That's how to do some spy work and check out the
Score
score
sheets.
sheet. Yeah, is that something that you also do?
Yeah, when I see a strange position, I also tend to look at the score sheet. I want to see, well, what was this? I'm just curious. Sometimes the players wonder, what is she doing? What? I see people looking confused.
And we have knight g2.
Why not? To get the bishop, no? Knight f4.
Yeah, and we want to double bishop on g2, but then we don't have what to do with the knight, so we start with knight f4, and then we're gonna put bishop on g2 and.
I was thinking that probably all the other games are just normal positions, normal openings. So this is for now a lot of fun to watch. Just normal things. I don't see anything strange overall in the other games.
Yeah, not yet. This is the kind of game that you can take bets on. What's gonna be the next move?
And you're
lose.
probably going to fail every time.
Yeah. And lose very, very much in the process.
Okay, so knight f4 is a threat. I'm scared to say, but do you think we're going to see f6? No. f6 looks... g5, okay. You go even further than f6.
No, but g5 is terrible move against h4 just. And if you go g4, it didn't help it against knight f4, but it made
things much worse.
Or did it?
I don't know.
I thought it made things very bad, but now I'm not so sure. It can be a useful pawn as well on g4.
It can be a useful pawn. Maybe, but h... you take on e4.
h5 could be unpleasant. Although, yeah, this is some curious looking position, but it should not be bad, I think, for black. We're getting so many tempos now. The d4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, it probably has to go, the queen probably has to go back to d3. Where am I going to castle?
Here. Yeah.
But what about white?
Oh. I mean, ideally, I guess also to the long
castle,
side.
no?
Yeah.
It could also be short castle, but probably long castle is better.
I would have liked to play c5, but unfortunately queen b5 is unpleasant. So I'm just gonna go queen d7 now.
I want the bishop on e3, but I'm bothered by knight d5.
Yeah, we would like to play c4, but then bishop b4 comes, kind of annoyingly.
Maybe start with bishop g2, but still you're going to castle long. I want to play c5 already.
Yeah, and that's not already with an attack.
Yeah, and here I probably have to play bishop e3. But then knight d5.
As to which one? One is defending the king, but not doing much, and the other one is controlling some stuff.
Defending the knight, and the pawn on g4 defending.
Yeah, but no, okay, let's say king safety is the priority. I'm liking castle. Yeah, I'm liking black's position here. It's so creative looking. Just so many so many ways to continue this game. Okay, maybe even just bishop g7. Just wait, still waiting one move. Yeah, I think it's just a game. Probably we're not gonna manage to get any conclusive kind of verdict on this position.
Yeah, but we'll keep playing. We were trying to figure out who's better here. We haven't done that yet either.
I was trying to rule out the joke suggestion of g5, but it seems to make sense because now g6 square is nice for the bishop.
This is fianchetto on a whole different level. You can fianchetto both bishops now on the g file.
Yeah, that's hiding nicely behind the g5 pawn.
Do you think we're going to see g5? He's definitely thinking hard about this moment now.
No, it just feels so anti-positional. I don't know, it feels wrong, but how to prove that it's wrong? Maybe something to do with knight to e3. Maybe like this, and now knight e3. At least there's no bishop g6, since the pawn is hanging on h. Oh no, there is.
There's some f5 in the end? Yes.
Yes, it cannot take on g4 because you can just take on f5.
I don't know, there was bishop g5.
Oh, at the very end. Okay.
You have bishop e7. I think you have bishop e7.
This is Is it improved version for white? With the knight on e3 as opposed to... No, I guess not. Since the d4 pawn is still hanging.
I'd like to
And
play queen f4, but then bishop d6.
Yeah. And now we don't have a piece to defend d4 pawn anymore.
It will have to be with c3. And maybe in this case, the bishop can go to e2 and grab the pawn on g4, which is not going to happen either.
Not going to be given. Although rook h4 still.
Bishop e7, no, it doesn't help.
Okay, but now we can castle and take back on d4.
And on c3 play, what, e5?
e5 or c5? Yes.
Yes, I don't know which one. But white can take on both e5 and c5 because it attacks the knight. No, I can take the pawn.
It's okay. So we'll take, and take maybe.
And go back to e2. But this doesn't feel right anymore.
Seems like there could be some nice idea to keep this initiative, the lead and development going. Somehow we have one weakness only. So
Only one, but it's enough because it's gonna get captured.
I need something like 95, for example.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But knight g4?
E4 maybe. Okay, I don't know what's happening, but this
Well,
doesn't
f5 is
seem
a threat, and yeah.
doesn't seem to be unplayable for black.
No, for sure not.
No, but he's not gonna go on g5. So what are the normal moves? So f6 you were mentioning. Yeah, that makes...
That's not very normal either, but yeah, it's a move.
Yeah, just to be ready to put bishop on f7 if necessary. And then it helps also in case of knight on f4, it prepares e5, which kind of would highlight the bad positioning of knight on f4. And white is very slow in development still.
Well, actually, e5 is quite a big threat on the next move. For example, if bishop g2, I think e5 is annoying.
Then takes, we are forced to go with a knight. Then d4, yeah, that's almost against self queen trap somewhere. That's too many tempos. Yeah, of course it's possible to go back with a knight on e2, but doesn't feel right.
I was checking takes on e4 now. Probably you take... Yeah, if you take that way, I was looking at bishop c4.
Oh, and here we have
It,
knight d5 still. Okay.
yeah. I think it wins the d4 pawn. No? Takes on e2 and queen takes, but maybe that's too optimistic because
King is
yeah, you can castle and rook d1. Yeah.
getting quite naked there. With the pieces gone, the pawns gone. And normal moves here are what? Bishop g6, simply.
Bishop g6, but knight f4, and I guess that's what he's trying to avoid, losing that bishop. Well, trading that bishop. He's not literally losing it.
And this probably e5, and then knight f. What happened there? Something got clicked somewhere. And then it's back to normal.
Yeah, and still bishop g6, yeah. But even this is not bad, no? This is fine.
Yeah, c5 is coming. So we would need to play like knight e2 very quickly to be ready to play c3. And now black could try to castle simply queenside.
Mm-hmm.
Or first bishop e7, then queen c7, because maybe now there's bishop g5. Yeah, that's not bad at all.
This looks okay as well, yeah.
Of course, we will have game with h4, h5. It can be some danger, but the let's go bishop is not going to be very powerful here. It's very cut off.
I'm very curious what he will go for in this position. We can let him to it, let him solve this puzzle, and we can briefly check out some
He
of the
took on
other
e4.
games.
Yes,
Oh, and he solved the puzzle. Took on e4, and now I guess knight takes will be
played very
the
automatically.
move. Oh, yeah, knight e4.
And did he prepare the next move as well? Maybe f5. In the spirit of unpredictable moves.
If it wasn't g5.
I don't mind f5. Unless knight g5 works out tactically, I don't mind it at all. I can quickly play queen f6 and long castle and push on the d file. Try to exploit the positioning of white's queen.
And the fact that he's not going to castle soon. But okay, the pawn on e6 is going to be a bit problematic. No? So if the knight goes back, yeah, I cannot go to c5. Or knight, no, can I do that? I don't like bishop takes c5 very much.
Yeah, there
Is
we
that
take
okay?
an exchange and go back knight d7, and I think it's a nice endgame for black here. Takes, knight d7, we gotta defend it, and then we'll get somewhere e5 as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
Knight g5 is also, of course, a big question here.
yeah, but in the positional sense, I do like this for black.
And knight f4.
Yeah. 7.
I'm just trying to get the pieces out quickly. Oh, but you're going to castle with tempo on d4.
Yeah, and then e5 or c5 is gonna come.
Yes. I was trying to get somehow my pieces on the e file fast enough, but no.
Kind of like in Scandinavia and trying to win the d4 pawn in some tricky lines. Or maybe it's not that bad as well. I don't know. Just e5 you can take. Although that's just an exchange. No, that doesn't. Even that is good actually. Like if black wants to have simply better endgame, then I can go for this. I think it's slightly better, somehow more active pieces. Very, very, very slightly, but so okay, so I can't play it this way. So knight g5. Yeah, I think that's the principled line. And here on queen f6, I was wondering if we can go knight f4 or we cannot.
I was also wondering, okay, but we're going to take the knight and see what happens.
Now there are quite a few options.
There's h4 does it help in any way? Queen h6, how does that change?
h4, queen h6, and now we just make a random move.
A positional move. I remember this. You have to sacrifice a piece and then make a positional move. There he goes. Yep, with a positional move.
So just for the idea that the pin is gonna be here also on the next move.
Yes, but maybe the bishop won't, so maybe I can just get out of there. I'm guessing you will try knight d5 at some point. Wait, knight d5? Let's see
Yeah,
that. Where is the queen
that's
going?
what I was wondering.
H5, queen g4, and now bishop f3. But
Yeah,
it's 3 pieces for the queen if queen takes f3.
that is the problem. It's 3 pieces. But in this kind of position, we could also make an intermediate take on b6 and then catch the queen.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So if you didn't want to sacrifice, I think you had to sacrifice in this moment.
I think there was also 93, by the way.
We
On
can
queen
take, and now we can take the in one or the other way. But is this the position where 3 pieces are good or not? I don't know what is my opinion of this. Just
Just another crazy position.
I would say that white is not doing so very bad, but since the king is relatively weak, and there are always some attacking ideas and opening
Maybe
of the
castle
game.
short now. Maybe try to castle short in this case. Yeah, knight will probably go back to where it came from, b6.
Yeah.
You wanted to
Oh,
have e6 defended, I think, no? And bishop to e7, so I don't lose more pawns.
now something at d5 probably.
Yeah, I know. Well, c takes?
Now we have an extra check. Everything is working. Like every single piece is working to the maximum. I think it could not be bad for white.
Maybe not. Yeah.
How did we get here?
I don't know.
Oh, that was it. F5, knight
Ending.
g5. And here, knight f4, we took the piece, played h4, and now I played positional move bishop g2.
Yes.
But we can play also
But
other
bishop
moves.
f7 was very bad there, right? We were just trying to illustrate that the queen can get trapped.
Yeah, but if not for bishop move, then what to do? Castle? Okay, castle is probably a good move. Yeah, that seems to be quite a good move. And now
And get the
e5 could be
bishop to
coming
e8.
sometime. Bishop to e8,
Then
or yeah, just playing
have
for the
squares for the queen.
counter game. Yeah, of course, in this position we can play knight d5, queen g6, and knight here. Another position which is not
That's 2
entirely
pieces.
clear. 2 pieces, yet king on d7 and 3 undeveloped pieces. So if you can manage to play quickly bishop g2 and get c4 d5 in with the castle, it could be also. Probably
It's
you don't manage.
very strange having a king on d7. And very dangerous. Okay, maybe it can go to c8. Hope
Yeah,
to hide, but that's not really. I would like to hide on the other side where there are more pieces. It's more crowded. But d5 now? Shouldn't it work already?
we have We have some knights.
Yeah, you have some knights. So if pawn takes, you take with the f knight, I guess.
No. Queen is also working. Yeah, it's not too bad for black. Yeah, but if not for knight, then knight g5 was the only move that kind of made me not like this. If it's not there, then how can we proceed with white in this position?
Well, we tried knight f4 here. Is there anything else? He played bishop g6. He's not in the mood to sacrifice his pieces like you, Tom's. It's his pieces, actually.
No, it actually was white that needed to sacrifice pieces
Why
in this
needed to
line.
sacrifice? Yeah, but he needed to give up some squares with f5, which I think wasn't wasn't on the menu either.
Yeah, but we get such a pressure on the d pawn. Looks very appealing. Maybe just
Okay,
some
but bishop g6 is the normal reaction, I think. No. So...
Yeah, but bishop g6, it is so knight f4, just allowing white to keep the light score bishop advantage.
Maybe he gets some pieces out of tempo, like bishop takes, knight f6, things that we were looking at before.
Queen d3 and just queen d7
Si
and castle, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe he just wants to play this position, yeah.
Doesn't look bad either. The knight on d5,
No. And now some g5.
playing g5, yeah.
And in case of 92, we can still play moves like this.
Finding any opportunity to play g5.
It's just such a nice move. Like, yeah. Okay, this could be his idea indeed, just to take.
I like his body language on the chair. He's so relaxed. He's like he's not even here to sweat. He's just here to enjoy this. And yeah, from time to time, I'm gonna make a move.
Yeah, just spend
It's
20
not like
minutes.
I'm here playing a very strong player on the first board. Yeah, just chess.
Yeah, and the position is it's creative, it's unusual, and it makes sense from the black side to be trying to use the fact that white is jumping around with knights and not developing so many of the pieces, so black can also be a little bit more creative with their ideas. Mm.
Some time to reflect on this position from white. See if
Well,
he wants to play knight f4. But what else if he doesn't play a knight f4? I don't think there's a lot of options left if not knight f4.
oh, we can just go some more like
Bishop
bishop
e3?
e3. It's legal.
Of course, it's legal.
But might be unpleasant after something like queen d5.
That's what I thought, that you don't want to keep that pin for long. And now knight f4 comes. But
I pretend that that was a provocation.
I was wondering if knight f6 is annoying or not.
Well, somebody should calculate this. That is true.
Yeah, I like that. Somebody should calculate this. Okay, so there is a check, but you can play bishop d2. And bishop e4 is the other.
Yeah, it seems that white
Everything's
stay.
fine, no?
Yeah, white stays with two bishops. Yeah, so white in the line like this. Yeah, white's against stages with the bishop pair. And after g4, enjoy a very nice pawn structure as well, since those pawns are blocked off
Yeah,
on f5 square.
this looks comfortable.
Yet, if we provoke g4 and get the bishop on f4, exchange darks with bishops and put the knight on f4, then it can be actually just better for black.
But we all know that the pawn should go to f4, not to g4. It should go on dark squares.
Yeah, but then what do we do about the g file?
Yeah, h5, h4 can be an idea. It would be very, very nice to have the other pawn on h2, but you just cannot have it all.
And there might be, though, after some move like bishop e3, an unprovoked wish to just take and play queen d5.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes there are these ideas just to exchange the queens like this. So if you exchange, then here bishop pair should have very small meaning. Maybe we can even take cd, but ed is very safe. And this is just a bad bishop, so it's going to be very hard to make it into a good bishop. Well,
that's true, yeah. No, I actually like taking with the c pawn. Maybe we can board the rook c8. I can find more ideas this way. Were you looking at bishop b5?
Yeah, but perhaps just king d8 and that's it. Just forget about it.
I think so. Bishop to d6. Maybe the knight goes to e7, maybe? So it can help out.
Yeah, and just a6, b5. Get
yes, and knight to c4.
And minority attack on the queen side, on the c file, and run with the b pawn. Knight a4 is always very nice in these structures as an idea, as it's uncomfortable to deal with the b2 pawn. If you go b3, knight gets to c3. Yeah, so this could be as an idea, let's say, on such a simple move like bishop e3. And in some ways, how to not exchange queens. It's not easy. Then we have a pin on g2.
Maybe with queen d3.
And with the queen d3, now
then the knight's not coming out. Yeah.
It's gonna take a while to get out of here.
Well, castles and c4. Ah, but I cannot castle. There's a pawn a2 hanging.
Also bishop b4 after c4.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to castle first.
Oh, but, castles for white, yeah. I thought after black castle c4.
Yeah, I thought I wanted castles here, but the pawn on e2 is hanging. And if I play c4, I didn't like bishop b4. Yes, correct. So it's not an easy moment.
This feels like it's better for black. Unless we play some move like rook g1 and say that it's all good.
But then we should have played knight f4 immediately, no? There's no reason not to play knight f4. It's the same position with a few extra tempi.
Okay, yeah, that is... Yeah, that is very, very true. Knight f4 here would lead, and the bishop e4 would lead to something similar, just much better version for white. Yeah, bishop on e3 seems to be very misplaced. Maybe if you play the same line with the bishop on d2, maybe that's works somehow. Although no, then d4 pawn is going to be hanging after the long castle immediately. I thought maybe then we can make c4 work, but the d4 pawn is under attack.
So many issues that were not obvious were there in the beginning.
Yeah, it's because the center is not blocked. And in the position, when the center is not blocked, it's very, very crucial that the pieces are playing. Piece development. And I think that Indich is also not liking something. Just already having seen how he approaches the games and the speed and the decision making in the opening phase in all the previous rounds, now it seems like he's just not enjoying it.
Could it have been another case of overconfidence? Nah, I don't think so. He seems very serious about this. He knows that this is not going to be easy.
Yeah, definitely.
He made a move, right?
Yeah, it looked like a knight move from the hand movement.
Must have
Knight
been
to
knight to
4.
f4.
And yeah, we can knight to h4 back.
I thought that this could be a move, but I didn't understand why it's better to have the knight on h4 than on f4. Ah, because then you can defend the pawn on d4 maybe, with knight f3. We always have that problem.
And also we have bishop g2 well protected, and maybe some g5 moves are not coming so easily, or another thing is that there could be not be any e5 at the tempo, that d5 is just a move. It's no longer provoking any captures. But it's
And
again,
if he
like,
plays bishop h5, what is he going to do? Is he going to repeat or just go bishop g2?
yeah, just bishop g2, I think. But this is really something that would be very hard to explain to students, and we have to keep this game a secret.
The mysteries of playing knight f3, knight h4, knight g2, and back to h4 in the span of 11 moves.
There is an option to force a queen right now for black. And there is a pin. So something like bishop g2 though could be played. But I think it anyways forces a queen trade, since d4 is now attacked. And to go as far as to play c3 here seems kind of off. I mean, we can theoretically do that and try to... Like, if we exchange queens like this ourselves, then at least we have the strong bishop. I think black is completely safe anyways. Like, I think there are no problems. Okay, knight f6 we can still include with the tempo.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is... probably no problems whatsoever.
No, it doesn't look like
Or
it.
knight to c4 still. Oh.
The knight on d5 is very strong. Yeah, knight c4 is... Okay, he takes on e4. He's listening to you.
And yeah, and queen d5 is gonna be played, I think. Unless he wants to go knight f6 first. No, but that would not make... No, he could be going for the... What knight h4 did is, I think it kind of made sure that this line with queen d5 now is not so
Bishop
nice,
g2.
because bishop g2 is there.
And also on the line with queen d7 that we were showing before, we are actually looking at queen d7 instead. I think they're on castles.
Yeah.
There will be knight f3, yeah? Defending a lot of things.
Being ready to
But
attack as well.
But c5 is still a move, no? In this position.
But that's scary.
But if...
Say we just castle?
sacrifice the pawn and get it back later.
Maybe. Or maybe just play with the pieces out and try to checkmate.
Right. Okay, pawn takes has to be... If I came this far, I have to take on d4 and knight e5, I guess. All right.
Or knight e5. I don't know. I'm just for now
Yeah,
dropping.
knight e5 is still a threat, yeah. And the queen doesn't have squares, it has to defend f7. Yeah, this is unpleasant for sure. Okay, maybe bishop. Yeah, but if I play bishop d6, why did I do all this?
Yeah, take on d4 and enjoy.
Yes, enjoy.
The same goes for knight d5 as well. Just take on d4.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so that could be the idea behind knight h4, but it does allow queen d5 now. And after queen d5 takes, this position feels... It would be disappointing if this is where this game goes to.
I like black here. I feel like black is comfortable, really.
I don't think white isn't gonna be in any trouble ever, but
No, I don't. When I say I like black, I mean that he has equalized comfortably.
strategical aspects there could be to this position still. a5, a6.
Maybe I'm in time to play rook c8. Not really. You go a5.
Yeah.
Knight c4 maybe. And you're gonna make it to a6. Here I was looking at bishop b4.
Oh, there's another bishop coming. Oh, yeah. Although, what is
I don't know
that?
how bad is it. Yeah, I don't know. I think I can take on a5.
Check.
King e7.
Back.
And go to c3.
Check.
Oh, there's another bishop. Like you said. Well, there's only one way, no?
Also d8 there is,
Almost.
but
I don't like it on d8. I have to get my pieces out. Well, but at least b4 here. D4
yeah.
would be hanging now.
Yeah, knight can come back to f3. His idea is to come to e5.
Yeah, a6. Okay. And I'm gonna kick you out of there.
Oh, b5. I have no
Yes.
squares for the rook.
Yes.
That's not according to plan.
Maybe on a6 you could have gone b4 though.
Maybe
help?
d4 now,
Or maybe b4 now.
as there's gonna be a pawn on b7
Yes.
with a check.
Yeah. Oh, right. There's a pawn on b7 with check. So knight c6 we were thinking, and now you want to take. Right, but for example, b takes cannot be that bad, and king f6, because on d6 you have a check on f4, and take the one on b4.
That's fine.
There's only one bishop now. King g6.
But I do have a knight.
And you're gonna get out of h8? I don't think you are. Take on g5, king f6, knight h6.
What is this? Four.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'm gonna take the knight, of course.
F4.
And f4.
And white is a compensation?
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think there is compensation for sure.
But none of this is happening.
No,
At least not
it's
yet.
he played bishop e7.
7 was played. Interesting. Why?
Maybe he just wants to castle short, knight f6 and castle.
Or he wants after queen d5 to take ed. And he doesn't want the knight to come anywhere there and just to have this position.
But white doesn't have to take anymore on d5. Queen d3 is possible.
Yet now we have still trouble on finding the next moves.
Bishop g2.
Now c5 is the same problem, or is it?
White is not castled. I think in the other position we had castle on the board. Maybe it's not as fast. So here if we try to castle, and the queen was on
d7 before.
d7, no? Yeah. And if you take on d4,
About.
does knight g5 work instead of bishop f4?
It could be very effective, yeah.
Maybe it works because there's no queen f5.
It's disturbing.
Yeah, and there's no queen d7.
Yeah, of course we have in these positions moves like this, but that should be a nice kind of not bad endgame for white. Not very much happening. b3. Do I want to play? I can play b3. King is going to be fine on e2 as well after bishop b4. Although no, then knight comes to a3.
I don't like b3 very much. Do I have to play b3?
No, nothing is attacked at all. Anyway, so you can just play normal way, the castle.
Yeah, I think I have to play this calmly. If anything, the pawn should go to c3. And
b3, a4, and and step by step get the bishop opening up.
maybe, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now after bishop e7 played, now with knight f3, and now black is again thinking. And I guess we can take a look at also some other game. We've been
We
covering
should,
this
yeah.
one
We
quite
have been
deeply.
we have been with this one for a long time. Not because we're not interested in the other ones, but because this one seemed very interesting, very fun.
And just the moment when we wanna go, then they make a move always. So, but we are gonna leave anyways.
Yeah, we were expecting knight f6 and looked at it briefly.
A queen
So
d5
let's see what
was
goes.
more, I think, but yeah.
Right, queen d5.
But yeah, let's see
Okay.
board two
Let's see board two.
before we get distracted again. And it looked like it's gonna be very, very boring a moment ago because the position that arose here was extremely symmetrical in a pawn structure sense. But yeah, the time, white is burning time. So it's trying to find some way to keep the going, I guess, from the white side. And I think that today Anishgiri is probably fine with the draw. Like if there's no chance, okay, he's just gonna be fine with draw. If opponent gives some chance, then he's gonna be looking to take it. So he's just playing very, very solid approach. And now b6 also still relatively quickly played. So,
yeah, it looks like the queen on d8 is a bit strange, but I don't think there are any funny things happening. There's no way to get a discovered attack working.
So probably now white is thinking whether to take and force some isolated pawn position or just to go for some b4 more active lines.
But when you take on d5, that's what I was thinking actually. Is it what black forced to take with a pawn? Because I was thinking that even knight takes might be okay, no? e4, there's knight b4. Or even knight f4.
Yet there could come issues still, I think, along the d file. So let's say on knight b4, I think that queen a4, queen c3 that is very much okay. As you still have to keep solving issues where to put those pieces.
Knight a4? Yeah.
Then there's some b3.
Queen b3. Yeah.
If knight comes back to c6, then white can start to look for the ways to use those tempos. Maybe even b4 now. Maybe, I'm not sure if there could be some tactics with knight f4 connected or so on. But yeah. Also, it could be just good.
Maybe the knight was better on f4 then. Because it comes with tempo on the bishop. And now
Or
you
bishop to
have
f1.
to... Oh, I don't have queen c7. That's what I wanted to do. Yeah, I guess the knight will get kicked out of there soon.
Just maybe
But
bishop
here...
b7.
Okay. I was worried a bit about the knight on f4, but on any knight jumps, there's queen b8.
Yeah, it comes defense, and then white has to defend the e4 pawn.
Yeah.
Although they're still gonna come b4 first, and the position gets super sharp. It could backfire, the fact that there's a knight there. Yeah, it's starting to look very dangerous.
It does. Yeah, the square d6 over e5. Not very nice, no. Okay, so it means that black kind of has to take with the e pawn and go for the isolated pawn then.
But I think with the queen on c2, white is not feeling very, very inclined to take on d5 because rook is going to get to c8 and we are forced to be losing some more tempos, and we actually don't have that many squares for the queen. Just imagining that soon rook is going to get to c8 and then where does the queen go? This is all blocked.
And
Let's
he
say
went for
that.
a3. He actually went for a3 here.
So he wants b4, but in a way that black doesn't have any jumps that we have to start defending immediately the pawn.
a5?
We could
Or
see
just go with
a5,
bishop
yeah.
b7?
Yeah, bishop e7 is the simple approach, but I also like a5 now, since there is no knight to land on b5. Of course, we could get the knight from f3 to b5, but that's a lot of moves, just to... And still we have to move the knight from d2 anyways.
I think bishop b7 is b4 so strange, so terrible? If it happens, I don't think so. Bishop b7 looks a bit natural.
d7?
I think so. I'm not sure that e4 is very good now. Rook c8, something normal like that.
I don't know what's the normal move for white. Oh, probably queen a4. Unless a6 works, actually. I guess it does. I want to take on d5, but there's b5. Intermediate move somewhere. So queen b3.
Yeah, you went for bishop b7 actually.
Yeah, in these positions, it always feels, yeah, that something is happening. But then when you analyze them, nothing is really happening. And
When
but
it
then,
comes to playing it, it's never easy with either color.
yeah, but by the board, you see just that you feel like a lot is happening constantly. But then the games have a very big tendency to finish just with a draw. Do we
Do you
have
think you
any?
go? Sorry, yeah. Any other games?
Yeah,
Interesting
we
games?
think we can leave players to figure this out, because if you have interesting games, I think board 3 is kind
Something
of
is
interesting.
happening on board 3. Something is happening.
Yeah, definitely something is happening here. Wow. So we
It
had
was
an
an
English
English opening.
opening, and the kind of classical approach to it. And now bishop 5. So already kind of prepared unusual move from the black side. Abosatoro not very phased by it, and just goes for a4 idea. And now e4, and yeah, exploiting the pin on the bishop. And d3, trying to break the center. Kind of logical, since black was not developed yet. And now after almost half an hour thinking. Castle was played, and then yeah, d4. So what is going on?
I guess there are a few things to figure out here because there's a pin and you have to check if queen d1, if everything's okay after queen d1, but I guess it's okay.
So we take with a
Yeah.
which one?
I guess both are possible, no? Because rook d1 to any captures, like bishop f3, you have bishop c3, that is. You have rook d8 in between move. And if rook takes d1, then knight takes defends the bishop, so nothing really happens there.
I think at black's point is just to play bishop e6 here and take the b3 pawn.
In this position.
Yeah. Just to use the fact that there is
no knight d5.
Yeah, and just no piece at all to defend the b3 pawn, and we can go b4 as well. Yeah. Well, that's curious.
I was checking e5, but knight e5 and there's nothing to it, no?
Yeah, it just we take one pawn and then we are looking to take one more a bit later. You can also just take bishop e5.
You can. I thought that at least double pawns on the c file. I know you have the bishops, but maybe the knight comes out to d3.
We cannot defend the b3 pawn still.
No, actually, I think if you take with a bishop, you can, because there's knight d3, right? Tempo on the bishop.
You can take on c3 and then take on b3. But then on g7. Yeah, okay.
There's g7. Maybe that gets complicated somehow. But no, knight e5 just probably does the trick.
Maybe white is that's why planning to take with a knight. To have bishop f6 at least. And if we take, you see on bishop e6. And now perhaps a5?
Knight takes. Ha! You take on b6. No, you can't. Sorry. Bishop d, yeah. So I have to move the knight to d7 only square?
a8 is also there.
I don't think I want to go there.
Yeah, but I was an option to play rook d2. So I'm thinking that maybe I'm considering to go also to a8. Would have to be calculated. And then maybe this is the plan that you just play like this. And you claim that you get two rooks on those open files. The bishop is going to open up. Like f4, e5, and white has some pressure against black's king.
Okay, is there anything better that black would have done here? This looks a little bit tense, no, for black. It's not comfortable. So
You can play
maybe
immediately.
bishop b3 immediately. But then queen c2. No, queen c2 knight somewhere.
Yeah,
there,
b4, d4.
Yeah. Knight d3. Knight d4 again. And on b4, you can take on e2 or play bishop b3.
Oh, we can take on e2. Wow, okay, so...
Can also take on e2, yeah. Well, but this is not easy to meet either. Because the queen has to go to d2 or e1. Ah, that's bad. And queen e1, knight c2 also.
Yeah, so
Queen c1. Yeah, queen c1 I thought you'd take on e2. Or isn't that what you want?
Yeah, I didn't calculate too much. I just made a move. As usually. But yeah, just...
Queen d3.
Could be also good for white. Just get the pieces out, a5 comes, and the bishop is very strong.
Maybe.
But in
Maybe
this
there
position,
was, yeah.
just knight c4 or something. And pass the ball to the player with white. Like, say, yeah, you figure out what to do with all those pins.
Maybe knight c2 was also an option.
This is like the worst thing that you can face in a blitz game, something at knight c4.
You have the 4 knights looking at each other there. This looks very strange. I don't know. I would like to play e5, but no. Knight c5 is,
The move.
yes, a move. Looks like a good move. Aha, because e3 is the threat on the next move.
Yeah. On the, or just depending on what we do.
I guess queen e7, no?
It's just
You don't know what that is. Just
too,
you're just having fun moving the knights around.
it's too strange. But yeah, e3, I guess, is working. I don't know. There's this.
Oh, sure, knight. Okay, queen takes. Hold on. This is still under control.
Yeah,
And queen
queen
takes.
takes on e2. How is that possible that I can't make this one work? It seems so promising.
It did seem very promising. We could have taken that pawn. Oh, we have some developments. We
Queen
took on
d1.
d1.
Okay, so we can at least in some way relax. We don't have to calculate that line. And he took knight d1 back immediately. Yeah, I think they're going for that kind of endgame where I think white has good chances to keep pushing. Of course.
So bishop e6 here or after taking on b2? Which one
Maybe
was
here.
better?
Since now at least there's no knight on b2 yet, so we're kind of winning a tempo.
And we can't defend either with bishop f6 and rook d1 because I think you can still take on b3.
And we don't have a5, which could be a very big point, since we just have knight
Yes,
takes a5 with this
okay.
hanging.
Similar ideas, yeah.
And yeah, so bishop e6 I think is much more natural. So knight d3 or takes on knight d3. Probably takes on knight d3.
Takes on b3. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is a
Knight
bit better
c5.
version.
Uh-huh,
Knight c5. Okay.
Yeah, but he can take on d1.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but we can get a6 maybe. Then knight c3.
Knight c3.
Yeah, I like this for white. It's a nice pawn wedge, and rook coming to c1, the c file pressure, knight d5, and the bishop is everywhere.
The bishop on b3 is a bit strange for now. Just a bit awkward. You need some space.
So perhaps now there's some move like knight d4 though. Try to take those pawns just with some
With
tempos.
a knight.
Also, this is a threat.
Yeah.
Taking the knight on d3.
So it's between knight c3 and e3. But e3, knight b3 loses material.
Or knight e2.
The knight e2 also loses material.
But
And
you saw
knight
knight
c3.
c3, it might
You
not
can still
help.
take, yeah. You can still take, but I thought
And now
that
we get
maybe Yeah,
we don't
now
have
so.
the rook blocked in by your knight. Yeah, this position. Again, it's better for white. It just seems so weird. Like, it looks like black is doing some tactical stuff, doing tactics, and when it settles down, white is better. Okay, so what about
Maybe
a5?
knight b3. We looked at knight takes e2, but maybe knight takes b3.
Okay.
Might maybe just move the rook to, yeah.
And now knight back.
Maybe now back, yes.
So we have knight c4.
And now threatening knight e2 as well. Ah, I'm not threatening knight e2 anymore.
But after
That's
knight
an
c4,
illusion.
after knight c4, we will.
Yes. Yeah.
Because yeah, now the knight would be defended by the rook. Yeah, but just in a move, it's gonna change. Okay, so yeah,
Maybe knight d4, no? Maybe knight d4 after all.
Then maybe some move like knight f4. Or knight c5. Ah, knight c5. Why not knight c5?
Well, knight takes, I guess. Knight e2. Yeah, I don't know which one. Trying knight e2 first, and we'll see now what. Yes, something like that.
Yeah, perhaps. Although now e5. This is scary. It could very quickly just go wrong. Very, very quickly. But he took on b2. That was the
okay.
move.
So we have some moves. I hadn't noticed. Bishop takes,
That
knight
was the
takes,
move.
and now bishop e6.
Yeah, the move that felt like it's not so good because it's, in comparison, just losing a tempo from the black side. And now after a5, the position seems very, very pleasant.
Maybe he does want to go knight 8. Surprise us for the second time.
Yeah, with
this
knight
round.
a8, there's a bit of a problem, I think, with a6.
Yeah, as if that was the only problem, no?
Yeah, also the knight has simply no squares, at least for a few moves. It is, there's, you teach kids not to put the knight on the side of the board, but putting the knight in the corner, in your own corner, that is, I guess, still there. With
It's
zero
even
moves.
worse.
Yeah.
Well, is there anything other than bishop e6 that maybe...
Bishop e6 he played.
He did play, okay. So no,
Yeah.
nothing yet.
I think he just... Maybe he's relying somehow on some very precise calculation that it's all going to be fine. It doesn't matter
Maybe
that
the rook d2? Maybe rook d2 that we tried before.
Right now, but then we can take...
Yeah, but that, yes, I know.
We lose the piece.
Yeah.
Since, yeah, the pawn is unstoppable on a7.
Yes.
Yeah,
well,
so
then
there are no...
knight d7 is the only one. a5.
Yeah, but a5 is also such move that it just feels like you should play it.
Yeah, with the knight on b6, always go for a5, no?
Yeah, especially if the knight has no way somewhere to the front, like you're not making it go where it wants to. In this case, with a5, you make the knight go where it doesn't want to go. Unless he's thinking something along the lines that if you go on here, and in case of bishop b3, then maybe some knight c5 first, and then a5, still threatening, but also you have a very uncomfortable situation with the bishop. What I don't like here is knight d4, that we give extra options for black. It's two pawns hanging with some checks, some tactics.
Yeah, now this looks more comfortable. Having the bishop on e6, I think, is a plus for black. Taking with a knight. No, I think a5 is quite nice. a5 immediately.
Yeah, just taking a look what's happened. We lost the camera feed for a moment, but I think it's gonna be back. Just a momentarily disconnect, but we're back.
There we are.
Yeah, so looks like
I think we're going to see a5.
5, and it looks like white is just pushing. It's gonna be pushing and is in control of the game right now. And yeah, they're gonna be taking their time with the moves, but looks very, very pleasant here right now.
And for sure, it's not going to be a boring draw if it is going to be a draw. What is going on board 4? We haven't seen it yet.
Classic
And
boring draw.
yeah, I was going to say that it might actually end very soon. So let's see what's happening here.
So we had some theoretical line played out. Yeah, just a lot of mainstream theory. And okay, now we got a bit out of book, and now c5, an idea, I guess, prepared from the black side just to equalize. White is also blitzing out the moves. And yeah, just getting to an isolated pawn position, but in a kind of way that black feels just comfortable swapping off all the pieces. And yeah, these kind of positions, technically, white is pushing because there's an isolated pawn and there's a knight on d4 to block it. But practically, it's just playing for the fact that maybe black is uncomfortable to do nothing. And because of that, they make some weaknesses. Since there is not very much progress that can be made from the white side here.
No, maybe with rooks on the board instead of queens, but I don't know if with queens it can be so.
With the rooks,
so
it's
much.
actually decent games. Like unless you can get into the 7th rank, there are quite a lot of games where with one pair of rooks, just the king comes to d6, and there is just
It's
absolutely,
just
yeah, nothing to be done. And here as well, the problem for white is that there isn't a perfect piece exchange here. I think whichever pieces we exchange from the black side, black is doing fine. So we have to really improve some pawn structure somewhere and like find a weakness, and only then we can be hoping to win the game in any way.
It's funny because it's unclear how you can put pressure on d5. I mean, if the bishop moves away from d3, I think knight e4 is uncomfortable, and maybe white will feel some pressure on f2.
Yeah, with queens on the board, you cannot just bring the king to d4 to help attack the pawn.
Yes.
That's would probably backfire quite badly. And yeah, this game could end in a draw relatively soon.
But they will fight it out. I see that they are in the mood to fight out this position. We see white thinking, trying to figure out how to get to that pawn.
I think, yeah, it's gonna try some idea, but it could be that if nothing really comes to his mind, then you agree, because this was really, it's just, how do you even...
Maybe b4, b5, but you also give up the c5 square. I don't know how.
And you make a pawn on the light square forever.
Yes.
Because the problem is
that's
that
also true.
even if you get b4, b5, you cannot play knight c6. That would almost lose for white, because knight would block from c7, and the pawn on c6 would be just a very weak one.
Yeah. And
And
it's not like I
regardless...
can attack a7.
Yeah, and regardless, with or without queens, it just would not work.
So then what can be the weakness to create with a4, a5? But I find that hard to achieve. Do I
Yeah,
want to
probably
play
he's
a4,
gonna
a5?
put before a3. Just before also to stop some queen c5 ideas. So before a3, and then he's gonna try to, I think, figure out what to do with the king. Perhaps some idea with f3, king coming to f2, pawn on h4, and then bishop getting to b3 or something like this.
But he also needs to be careful with a g3 square, knight h5 ideas, and the queen getting in whenever
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
the king's on f2.
We just made a 10-move plan and black is refuting it with one move.
I think he needs to be careful, right? I mean, it's not like you can do anything you want, play f3, king f2, and black will have to wait. There are
Yeah,
dangers on either side.
definitely. And that's also Sarxian, yeah, he just, of course, knows it all. And he was taking the calm approach in some of the rounds before. It was, yeah, he already has 3 draws. And we remember his game against Akobian, where they agreed for a draw just in the opening. The camera froze, but are they looking at each other? Was it in the moment when the draw was offered? No.
No. Now they're thinking hard.
And also, he had a relatively funny and quick draw against Woodward Andy. The game was lasting like 15 moves, but it ended with a perpetual check in a very strange position. I accidentally stumbled up on this game today, just checked it out. So it was funny line in Greenfeld where black sacrificed 2 pieces, and it was not that the engine is immediately showing 000, but just practically it's impossible to play from the white side to avoid the draw.
I have to look up that game.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was an interesting idea. I will have to check it also more carefully. So he's not opposed to having draws, especially he just won a game in the previous round, so just step by step gathering those plus points.
Some games already finished in a draw. I can see 3 draws agreed on the lower boards. So, yeah. People are getting tired, I think. What is going on our first board? I feel like a lot of things are going to get traded off. But white has the bishop pair, so let's see.
Yeah, so the plan for black was to go queen d5 right now in this position, bishop g2, and now queen b5. So he's playing very similar to the Caro-Kann line. There is like the Caro-Kann line with 2 knights, the one with e4, d5, knight c3. No, sorry, e4, c6, knight c3, d5, knight f3, and then there is the exchange on e4, and then somewhere the queen goes to e2, e4, and then black is playing some queen d5. The structure feels somehow very, very similar, like what's happening here, and and there is also the idea of queen b5 and exchanging queens in this kind of way, and usually white doesn't want to take on b5 because it opens the c file, c4 is completely blocked, and knight has a beautiful square on d5 in that case.
And I assume at some point the pawn could go to b4, right, and fix the pawn on c2?
Yeah, we can even attack there. Exactly, yeah. So, yeah, knight e5, then the queens are coming off, and he's just trying to exchange some pieces with e5, and knight takes e5.
But these exchanges, okay, it doesn't mean that we trade the pieces and it's going to be a draw. I think white will still try to win this. With the 2 bishops, he still has good chances. So, for example, if he takes on e5, and maybe, well, what? First put the king into safety, no?
Yeah, it's
Rook
a bit
to
of a
e1,
problem
yeah.
that king is on e2.
Maybe Oh, long castles. Yeah, that's maybe better than short castles. So I have to first go king f1 and bishop or rook e8. Okay, I have a problem that I don't know what to do with my bishop from c1
I think
because knight
that's
c4 is coming.
yeah, that's why this is actually very hard to play for a win from white side. The moment the bishop moves, knight comes to c4 and we have problem with these two pawns. The knight could go to c4 also without bishop leaving c1. He could just go there.
Yes.
I think black is perfectly fine here. Like,
yeah,
this is the
could be. Yeah.
position where it's very hard to use the pair of bishops.
Is
Maybe
he thinking
move.
about knight c5? Ah, or rook d1.
Maybe rook d1 now. Since if we do castle, then in a scenario like this, when we have just a pair of rooks, not 4 rooks, then the king is much more safe where it is already. It's actually good where it is. As opposed to its 4 rooks, it's bad on e2. So something like this could happen. But now
even
also
this is not so easy to play with white for a win.
No, but here at least we know some moves. Yeah, king c2, bishop, king c2, b3, bishop d2, rook d1 or rook e1, and then we try to expand
try to get
somehow.
some b5 before b5, no?
Yeah.
a4 before.
Try to expand somehow, but I think black is also going to launch some counter game on the king side or with the knight. Just the pawns will be getting traded off.
Also, there was a lot of help from black's side. Taking on d1 was maybe a bit helpful for white. So maybe just take on e5 and offer white to take on d8.
Yeah, and
to keep
not
the
let
king
the
on e2.
King on c2 would be very, very well doing here. So maybe then, this moment, we take, and go something like king d3.
Ah, yeah.
King c2.
And rook e8 and still have some
And rook e1, yeah. And now just, yeah, exchange those one pair of rooks and just try to get out.
This looks like a nice plan. Really, after all we have seen here, it looks like the way to get your king into the best square.
But regardless of what's happening, it's very, very hard to cause some big issues for player with black pieces here.
So yeah, we'll see what they go for. We have a few more moves on board 2. Everything got traded off in the center, and I see a knight on d5. So it was b4, knight to d7, and knight takes d5. Yes.
Yeah, now knight d5. When we don't have knight going to e6, probably we don't want to stay with isolated pawn. Not that nice anymore. Queen c7 and bishop e5. White is burning very much time. Yeah, you can feel the pressure of playing with white pieces, I think, here in this game. He just really is trying to find something that makes him going, and Nishikiri with black pieces can be just relaxed fashion, just okay. Here we have equality here, so let's go here, and that's it.
Yeah. So one thing that's always interesting when we have these positions is whether you play e4 or not, no? With white. It's the question of pushing that pawn. Because it looks like you are getting the center, but on the other hand, many times it happens that the pawn on e4 is actually not nice to have. It becomes a weakness and you have to take care of it.
And especially on e5, it often becomes very weak. Like sometimes you go to e4, e5, wanting to exploit the d6 square, and then it is just an endgame weakness. The same like in a lot of structures in Alap and Sicilian as well. It's something that I just why I enjoy playing against a Lapin from the black side. Just fix the white pawn on e5 and win an endgame.
You have to teach us how, because many times those endgames are so drawish. You have to do a series on that. Winning the Alapin endgames with black.
It's dangerous though, because if you can't win anymore against a Lapin, if everybody
You don't want to share your secrets, I understand.
yeah, if everybody starts to play a Lapin really good, then it could be a big problem.
Okay, so
Yeah,
is there any big threat after bishop b5? I'm looking at e4 again, but how?
rook c1 is the threat, probably
Rook
making
c1 is
sure
the
that
threat.
queen can't
Okay.
go to b8.
Yes, rook c1 is, of course, the threat. I was only looking at the pin on the d file.
What happens
So
on rook
rook
d8?
d8. Let's try again rook c1.
d8. I don't know in which direction to think even here. Just queen a4 maybe?
To force either knight 5 to f6 or knight f8.
Yeah, then maybe I have bishop e5 ideas. I'm not sure really what's happening.
Right. Maybe rook c7, is it even possible? I have to check that I'm not dropping anything.
That is dropping at least a pawn. After rook c7, queen c7,
Yes.
rook c1. This is hanging. Now we can
Yeah.
take on a7.
Yeah. Rook c1 was important to not get your queen trapped there.
Yeah, and then maybe on some moves like knight f6, knight f8. Also, knight e5 could be a case with some knight c6. At least trying to get a pair of bishops.
And okay, is there still queen a8? But you still can try to play for it, I guess.
Or I can also go bishop c6, maybe. Although then a6 is unpleasant.
But knight c6 is not okay instead of bishop c6.
Knight c6. I guess it works. I was worried that something is happening bad, but
Yeah, but you can at least take on e7 and bishop f1.
oh, okay, we have bishop f1. That's right.
I got scared for a moment looking at rook c1, but you can take with a bishop. And I
But
guess
that's
it's all
not very pretty.
94? No, it's not 94.
Yeah, of course, that's just exchanges, but it's gonna be just very equal.
Again, the bishop there. Hoping to get something out of it. Play f3, e4. And
Yeah,
maybe
but
there's a weakness on b6 to look at.
yeah, but probably it is some idea connected with rook c1 and queen a4, and then with something coming to e5 that white is planning, and that is what why Anish Giri is now thinking really for the first time in this game, deeply in thought. So hopefully they are still gonna make this game spicy, in some way, that it's not just gonna end with
No,
exchanging
it's not.
everything.
I think there's still room for a good game here. What
No,
else is going
definitely.
on?
Yeah.
I'm wondering, I was just briefly looking at board 3 because we left it in such an interesting position. I see that a5 was indeed played, the move that you suggested. And here knight d4. So something similar.
Yeah. We were kind of looking in this position, and now I think Abusatoro is just trying to choose which pawn structure he prefers to play. He can play b4. I think knight takes e2 is almost forced. And he has a very powerful light square bishop and big pressure against the king. And thus kings in this structure is also just very nice. This pawn's already on a5 and b4. Or he is thinking if he should probably not lose the e2 pawn and give up the b3 pawn, just to open up some files. So for example, here, and play some position like this. And this also feels very nice for white.
I think I like the other structure a bit more. I'm not sure that the pawn on e3 is much better than the pawn on b4 that we had before. Because here, for example, knight c5, I feel like maybe black has a few extra squares.
Yeah, the only argument could be made for the fact that it's easier to checkmate when there is no pawn on the b file.
But your rook is on a3, not on b1, so...
Because this could not be pleasant as well.
Yeah, I see. I can see the problems. So 20 c6, there's a6.
Yes, exactly. And running with a king somewhere is possible.
But how does that fix the rook c3 problem? Just play rook c8?
Maybe.
Maybe.
But then also some f4 is coming. And if knight moves, then we have knight c5 coming.
Yeah, and once you play e5, then rook b1, and then yes, the b file open is very important indeed.
So yeah, that's why I think he just has a situation right now that he has to choose between two pleasant choices. And I myself often find in the games that to be the hardest choice, actually. And that, like, I think I'm doing well with my time management, like I've been improved it and so on. But when you have multiple pleasant choices without a clear win or anything, but just that both are clearly nice, yeah, it just feels like I would burn some time too much simply trying to understand which one is the better one. What about you? Is that something that you can relate?
I think that's a common trait. Yeah, what you are describing is not the first time I hear, or I also felt it in games. Because you don't know which ones may be easier to play, no? And many times it happens that you kind of go for the wrong one. It's right in that moment when you make mistakes, when you
and
have
then
various good options.
and then afterwards you're thinking, why didn't I play the other
Should have
one?
gone for the other one.
And then you're still not able to play this nice position, the other nice position that you have, because you're angry that you didn't go for the other choice.
Yes,
So.
yes. No, this happens sometimes in the game, no? That you had an advantage and then maybe it's not such a big advantage anymore, and you start thinking, why did I go there? I personally have to make a conscious effort and stop thinking about it. Just play your game. Cannot go back.
Yeah, the problems of playing chess, they are not always obvious.
It's not only about the chess moves.
Okay, so he goes for b4, just made the choice to play the classical kind of way, just with a normally better pawn structure.
Right, because even what you were describing before with doubling the rooks on the c5 can be very annoying with a pawn on b4, because then maybe you have b5. You don't have the open files, but you have this pawn break.
But it's going to be hard to do that with a knight on d4.
Because of the fork on b3.
Yeah, and in general, the knight is just jumping around and not letting our rooks to take the squares on the c file.
Maybe we can do the same maneuver that you did before with rook a3, and rook c1, and rook c3.
First, we will need to get the knight out of here.
I thought it was voluntarily going back to d4. Just assuming that the knight would be nice and go back to d4.
Yeah, no, the knight is anything but nice. It's
Back to the stables.
just gonna sit there as long as it can, and then only then move if absolutely forced to.
Oh, but you can include maybe rook e1 at some point to kick it out of there.
So
But then
e8 now.
I can see a nice square on b5, even if it gets kicked out from e2. Maybe on b5 it will be comfortable.
Yeah, that's true. If it lands on b5, it could be very comfortable. Even set up c6, a6, then it will be hard to break through it. Yeah, and that's why another thing for e3 was that the knight on b3 was just very awkward. Like it was on the wrong type of square, kind of. And here it has those somewhat comfortable options where to go. I think this could be easier to play for black, just in a practical sense. Maybe it is also just just a better evaluation of the position for white than the other one, but it just black could be maybe it's less likely to go very wrong here because the moves are kind of logical. You can also just still play some f6 to block the pawn structure on f4, and then we can try to play some look what to do with the knight from d7, maybe put the pressure on e4 pawn, maybe get rook in, depending what white does.
It would be nice to trade that knight on e2. I was thinking now. And play against the one on d7. It's just a dream. I don't see that happening. But
yeah, knight c1, we're gonna go knight d4 back. No exchange.
No exchange, no. Maybe, okay, maybe something like e5 and knight a4 and knight c5. Something like that as a plan. And knight c5.
If we can manage that without dropping the knight on d3 somehow.
I hope so.
As the knight on d3 is a bit
Yes,
shaky. No pawn defending it anymore.
It is very shaky, I agree. But I don't know what to do with it. It doesn't have a lot of outposts. I think both knights are fighting for the c5 square.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm already thinking, looking at this position, that I like the other one better for white because, like rook e8, you can make quickly or something, and then in the other one, it was black who needed to think heavily what to do, and here white is the one who needs to think really carefully what to do.
Do you think he might? No, but if he plays a6, everything gets locked on the queen side, no?
Maybe a6, yeah. It does get locked, but
But maybe c7 becomes a better target.
and there is no blockade available anymore. There's no knight b5
b5
blockade or anything, or any blockade for that matter. Maybe we do manage to checkmate and then we just get a knight to c6. Seems like a plan.
I can see it. I can see it happening. b5, knight b4, and that's it.
Yeah, easy.
And we assume they let us play bishop b7.
Oh, bishop b7 I think cannot be stopped.
No, not in this position. But if once you play b5, the knight will at some point go to c5.
We have knight on d3.
But it's when it goes to b4, knight c5 is checkmate already, no? Yeah.
Yeah. So, but knight could come to e5 or something. Yeah, of course, black has moves to try to prevent the checkmate. But as an idea, it could be nice. Yeah, so maybe just start with a6.
Correct. Could we go for it? b5 and a6. We saw this idea yesterday in Ivic's games. He was with black.
Yeah, just there were 3 heavy pieces attacking once that was done. Slight difference.
It's okay. We're gonna have 2 rooks in no time. You'll see. Rook takes, and there's another one coming. Okay, so let's say go to a8.
Oh, but at least we did something useful with the knight from d7. What about I just go king d7? And just, that's it. Claim that I have an extra pawn.
Yes, but can I go off? I never have rook c1. Would be so nice to have knight e5 and rook c1. Okay, let's try something better.
And of course, king d7 is by no means forced, since white doesn't have any threats at all for now.
No,
Or
but
just
it makes sense to get out of there. The thing is that if I play rook e1, it's not like the knight on d4 is bad, no? It's also useful. So if I play knight e5 and you go king e7 and I go rook c1, you can just defend, play c6, for example.
yeah, I don't have to give up the pawn even. And even if I would lose the one of the pawns, like the best thing white is now playing for is getting 4 against 3 in the dream scenario. So
Yeah.
it's very small hope to win the game. Yeah,
So
so
the b5 idea doesn't work right away.
it's not in this way.
But then if you get to play c6, how...
When we set up the structure with c6, white is playing almost like with an extra pawn. They can just start to go with the pawns on the king side and play an endgame in this manner, that all the pawns are locked on the light square, so we have just a situation of good bishop against bad bishop, maybe. So just a long-term grind.
Yeah. I was looking again at something like knight a4, maybe here. Rook e1.
Maybe rook e1 and then knight rook c1. And let's say if you two play c6, then something like maybe knight f4.
Okay, and the bishop is not... It's not doing very well there. And the knight on d4 is not... It looks nice, but it can easily be attacked also.
Not
But
after knight
here...
e5.
No, but here you don't get to play, for example... I don't really want to take that bishop. But I was trying to get f4 and e5 very fast. And I can only do that here if I take the bishop.
Yeah, so maybe just f4.
Maybe f4.
5, yeah. Yeah, this knight has nowhere to go, so knight f4 gives the black knight square on e5, so that makes life a bit easier for black. Okay, f6.
Yes?
Perhaps knight a4 now.
Yeah. There's knight b3 also if you want to stop it.
I'm not sure if I do. Maybe I prefer to have no knight on d7.
Maybe. That might just as well be the case.
Yeah, it's a very technical position. White would need to show very accurate class on pushing such a small advantage, maybe.
The last move was knight a4, no? And the rook was on h8. Can we
Yeah.
go back one move? The knight on b2? How's e5? Ah, I have to get rid of the knight on d4 first.
e5?
Yeah, I was trying to do something on c6, but the knight on d4 is always defending everything.
Oh,
And he goes
h5.
for h5. Well, now that I see it,
That makes a lot of sense.
yes.
Of course, h4 is exploiting to the maximum nice placement on e2. And in any endgame, that's going to be a useful move. And if white does go h4, that restricts their ability to play anything like f4 later on. Yeah, that's a nice move.
Maybe
Simple
that
and
it
nice.
forces rook e1. Maybe it forces white to do something about the knight on e2.
Yeah, probably it does. Maybe it does force something like this. Maybe no, but we have to deal all the time with knight c2, so we still have to play these moves, and we are still facing h4.
Yeah.
And that's a big win for an endgame. Even if we don't do anything but play some knight g5, it just makes the position so comfortable for black all of a sudden. Now when I see it, it makes so much sense to go h5.
We didn't even have time to play h3 and on h4 go g4. Because you want to get f4 as well, but no. I don't think we had time for any h3, no?
Yeah, h3, h4.
And you don't want to play g4 here because g5 and the
And then you
squares.
set up a dark square blockade. Knight e5, knight f4, and we end up with a wrong kind of bishops. Okay, this is interesting.
Okay, so the
So
idea that we were looking at previously was a6. Maybe we can still insert a6. I don't think h4 is possible just yet.
why
Well,
not?
it's possible, but I don't know. I thought I could take on b7. Yes, and something.
Maybe now rook e1. You might not be ready to sacrifice a piece.
I don't know. I was checking it. The capture on
Take,
g3.
take, take,
h2,
take,
king
and
g1.
not very much.
Yes.
But knight e4 is all the time threatening a fork on c2. That is the, I think, problematic part for white. And this line would force us to, if we want to play this line for a win, we have to sacrifice an exchange already. Since if black achieves hg, fg, again, I think chances to win it are very, very slim.
Maybe we can go b5 here. Or I don't know
Okay,
if I start with e5 or how would it go, but pawn takes?
c2.
Yeah. Okay, so now I have to go e5, I guess?
Oh, the checkmate.
Yeah. I'm trying to get to b4.
No, on
Very
a6.
subtle, very subtle. Well, on a6 you can stop me with knight c5, so maybe in that case there's knight c6. But this is not forced. No, I think you could have stopped some of this.
Probably could. Yeah, in this position also, maybe there's just...
Is it so bad to capture that pawn on b7?
You can play h3, push the bishop back to f1, and then
And take
capture the
it.
pawn.
Or even play knight c2 if you want the exchange, because there will be no checkmate.
Oh, right. The bishop is not going to return on this diagonal. Yeah, seems to be just the way to go.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed with this outcome.
So white does have to be a bit careful. Cannot go very careless here as well. And I think it's also a good time to take a break and come back when players have a bit less time on the clock. And maybe
they will not have fun, but we will.
Yes, certainly. So yeah, we're going for a break and we'll be back with all the action from this round still later on. So stay tuned and see you soon. Hello, we are back from the break with the coverage of round 6 of Sharjah Masters 2025. Not much has happened during the break in all the other games, but I did notice that there is some interesting stuff happening on another board they have video feed from. So this is the board 5 between Grebnev Alexei and Salem Saleh. And yeah, so what's interesting here is there is almost a checkmate, yet there is no checkmate because of two knights.
So what is going on?
Yeah, this is not a position where it's very easy to jump in just like that. Like, okay, this is the position, and here this is the best move. Yeah. So I think that white should not move the knights, any of them, at this moment. That would be my expert opinion.
Yes, that's I think very smart decision. And black shouldn't move the dark square bishop, no?
Oh yeah, and that one also should stay there. Could the position be equal because of the fact that nobody can move anything?
It probably could. I'm looking if I could get the bishop out of there. So bishop f4, but I don't know. Nothing can sacrifice on d6 enough times, no?
Yeah, we can't get
Yeah.
it to d4 because knight will just take, and then all the stuff, bad stuff, is gonna happen against b3 square. And yeah, well, yeah,
I
we had a
actually don't even know if the knight can move. The bishop can move from c1 because of knight b2.
So here might even take on b2 immediately.
Well, maybe here after bishop d4, black is getting checkmated, but maybe not exactly when you go to e3, but on bishop f4 or something.
Yeah, I guess not in this very moment, but yeah. Then we can take on e3, but on bishop f4, indeed, yeah, bishop b2. Knight b2 could come with an idea that
Queen a3 and takes on b3, no? The bishop. Or
yeah,
queen a1. No, let's go for queen a1. It's prettier.
mate in one. That's good enough, I
Yes.
guess. Rook d5. So if the minor pieces are used, not moving, let's just get rid of them. So rook b3 is not a threat because AB and king gets a square on c2. Yet rook on b8 was nice, yeah, exactly for this kind of line. If we remove the b pawn, then queen a1 is a check immediately. Checkmate, not check.
Checkmate, yeah.
Rook d5. Well, okay, so bishop d5 idea is probably not to take with a knight. Pawn takes.
Probably. Still a good idea to keep it there. And he wants to get rid of the bishop to maybe look at f7. How do we make that work?
But we just defend.
Yeah.
Maybe he just didn't know what to do.
And when you don't know what to do, you sacrifice an exchange?
Yeah, that's yeah, I think that's a
No,
very good strategy.
there has to be something, some idea here, no?
It was maybe like queen d4 and then knight d4, knight f6. Rook b8, rook a7, and queen a1 mate.
So maybe that's why he didn't know what to do. Maybe there's this checkmating idea that exists. So black is winning?
Yeah, because white does not have a way how to make any space for the king whatsoever. Like the king is stuck and that's it. Yeah, maybe bishop e3 now. At least we stop the checkmate.
I have to take on e3, no?
The game's over.
What?
He resigned? There was no
He
stepping of the mate?
resigned.
Can that be?
It's
Yeah, the
probably...
kings are placed on the e5, d4.
Oh, I know why. There's a checkmate here on bishop e3. There's queen a1.
Oh, wow, that is so cool. Wow, that is such a cool checkmate. Ah, queen, it actually got
It
played.
actually got played, yeah.
Incredible. This is so pretty. Wow.
So there was really no move in that position. No piece could have moved.
Now rook takes and d2 square is covered. Huh.
Well, very good game.
Wow, and was rook d5 a blunder or there was already no moves here? Ah, because we still can't play bishop e3.
No.
The same idea exists. Queen a1 is just a threat. So yeah, nothing here can move. So white is just waiting for the rook to come to a7 and queen a1 checkmate to be delivered.
Oof. Such a tough position.
That is incredible. This kind of idea is, yeah. I'm gonna remember this position
Everything
and
is pinned.
I'm gonna use this position for, if it actually is correct, then I'm gonna use it for some tactical training. This is great. Just in position, no tactics immediately, just go step by step. And prepare this mate idea with queen a1. I mean, it's just so not obvious. But yeah, rook b8 just locks down the entire position immediately. Wow. Very cool.
That's a really, yeah. Really nice finish.
Yeah.
So we have our first decisive game, I think, of the round. No. I think there was another decisive game, yes.
Yeah, in some boards there are decisive games, but from the games that we looked at, this is the first decisive one.
Yeah.
Okay, so congrats to Salem. He moves to 4 out of 6, and yeah, has almost caught up with the leaders pack. And yeah, we can return to the top boards. Board 1 is still playing, yet now there is no bishop pair even.
Now it looks even more equal.
Yeah, so this seems to be just a technicality for until it's gonna be just draw grid and that's it. How long ago did they exchange the knight? Oh, just now. Okay, so that's now. Yeah, the knight landed on c4. He did manage to put the king on c2, but yeah, as expected, black was able to generate enough counter game and he just opted to, in this position, to take. And I think now black was thinking to maybe play a bit for a win. And that's why we still see moves, but soon they're gonna agree. Rook e6 and rather uneventful game after all, but the beginning was super exciting, of course.
Strange, at least.
Yeah, it was kind of like Fisher random chess. Just you don't know exactly what's happening. Like pieces are going to some strange directions. So that was refreshing in a way.
Things have happened in Giri's game as well.
So yeah, we expect here the draw to be agreed relatively soon. And let's take a look at Giri's game.
Wait, he's up an exchange?
For a pawn.
For a pawn. How did... I assume that white sacrificed, but how did that happen?
Does look like white sacrificed, yeah. After knight f6 here. Yeah, he spent half an hour and played knight f6 and no, 20 minutes. Okay, and yeah, just went queen b8. Now the queen a4 idea that seemed unpleasant indeed, and rook d8. This moment, just h3 prophylaxis, and a5 again. The a5 motive to try to solve all the problems. And white chose to take now, and now after knight c5. Yeah, why he's trying to play it still for a win. Just now he sacrificed on c5. Yeah.
Do you think he was playing it for a win, or is it that after knight c5 he had to sacrifice the exchange?
I think he's playing for a win, since I think it's always possible just to go queen c2. and a4, and
and nothing is really happening over there.
yeah. So yeah, this is an attempt for a game. That's a powerful pawn on a6, supported by bishops, and the minor pieces are going to be jumping around in somewhat of a time trouble situation. Okay, we still have
So
moves.
bishop a white, yeah, the bishop a8 has to be played. I was thinking that the bishop doesn't really have a lot of squares. If it's not on a8, on d5 is going to get chased away.
And now just from the white side, you have to choose which pieces do you want to keep on the board. Do you like bishop e5, and after bishop d6, for example, to take on f6 and then put some knight c4, or no? Do you like playing knight c4 and allowing bishop takes f3, or no? Yeah, these kind of decisions now have to be made on which pieces are going forward, which exchanges are fine and which are not. Or maybe we just want to play queen c4 and put a4 on the board, and just to secure the structure completely.
I was looking
Because
at knight c4, but I'm not sure that I like the bishop f3. Do I like it? Maybe nothing really happens because queen a8, there's bishop c6. And that was one of the first problems I thought I'd have. There's no entry square for the rook. That's also great news.
and here we have a7 immediately.
Right.
Ah, no, we don't. Or we do.
And
Ah,
then
yeah, we do.
bishop
I
c6.
forgot that b2 is defended.
Yeah, that knight on c4 does a lot of things.
So here we would need to play queen a7.
And
And
knight
that's
d5
not,
maybe, no?
yeah, that's not how you want to use your queen as a piece to block the pawns when minor pieces are jumping around. Okay, so not bishop f3. So then knight c4 looks nice because bishop e5 is now coming with much bigger power since there is no bishop d6 anymore.
Well, if bishop e5 can happen now, I think this is not so easy. Knight d4 and on bishop d5, still bishop d6? No, I don't think so.
It's queen a7. Not so easy to progress also from the white side.
Maybe queen a5, but queen a5 allows rook d1.
Yeah, that allows
Yeah.
d1. Maybe just queen c2. I would like to put a4 to make sure that it's all super secure. It doesn't do much, but it's just the feeling that there's control. And queen on a4 also is a bit out of the game in some cases, not defending as many things as I would like it to defend. But here, yeah, knight e4 idea was to play f6. And take away this very useful e5 square from white.
So it has to go back to b2 now.
Yeah, h2 is gonna probably lead to some back rank issues.
Yeah. I was afraid of that.
Me too. Yeah, looks scary, very scary. Okay, but now again we can play some moves like queen c7. Okay, yeah, something is looking up for black. We didn't achieve any progress, I think, from the white side, and black is achieving progress. Maybe no bishop e5. What knight e5? Multiple jumps available. All the squares are still controlled. It's again too many knights jumping around. It's very hard to really keep track of what's happening here. Yeah, there's a question also in the chat. How do we keep analyzing at high level for hours?
I think if you stay with us long enough, you'll see it's not such a high level, and at some point we're dropping pieces.
Yeah, we just do it with confidence, so it feels like it's high level. Uh, yeah, this is 3 years old game. This is just white could win because the a pawn is scary and the knights are jumping around and the queen doesn't have so many moves and so on. But at the same time, the black could also win because they could just turn out that they managed to put some f6, consolidate, and then just well, then it's an exchange. Because the pieces that black do have, they're not somehow bad. It's just that there's this a pawn.
That's
Bishop on
keeping
8 is
them, yeah.
very strong.
But it's very hard for black to make the rook active also, no? You are trying to make the white pieces work. But how does the rook get in? Maybe the pieces are actually more easy to move
Maybe
around.
d8 is good enough all the time threatening rook d1. Knight c4 got played. And he spent rather a lot of time on it. Yeah, still more than 5 minutes from his 20 remaining minutes. So now, yeah, Anish Giri has to come up with a way to continue here.
So if not knight takes f3, maybe then we're looking at knight e4.
e4.
Yeah.
Maybe knight d5,
knight
is
d5.
also a similar
To
idea.
go knight b6 and try to trade some pieces off.
And f6
Go
as
f6,
well.
yes.
I want to take away the e5 square, and I didn't like with knight on e4 sometimes f6 because this diagonal was a bit weakened. But if the knight is on d5, then perhaps it's nice. And also, actually, knight c7 is an idea to target the bishop on b5.
And maybe get the pawn. The pawn on a6, maybe.
Yeah, 95 is more close to the action. Seems immediately when you put it on the board, it sort of gives you the feeling that, okay, this move does something.
Maybe still knight f to e5.
Okay,
Because
let's say knight c7.
Knight c7. Okay, I was looking at knight b6, but knight c7 is also there.
Yeah, no, knight c6 you can just take
You
on
have,
b5,
yes.
and it doesn't matter that this one is hanging. King just goes to f8, and
I think trades here should be good for black, no? Any piece trades would make it a bit easier to play.
probably not every piece trade though. Let's say we play something in this, and this kind of exchange, I don't think it makes it easier for black when the pawn, for example, goes on a7, knight on c6.
The bishop on e7 is hanging, so this is definitely very bad for black, I think. No, definitely don't trade that.
Okay, then bishop c6 is... This is a strong piece for black, so we could try to exchange it. Seems like a natural plan. He did go knight d5.
He did go knight d5, yes.
No, knight d5, I don't expect him to play knight c7 then. If there's bishop c6, maybe then this knight b6 move. And to in fact exchange a little bit at least. And we can't go queen a5 because of rook d1.
At least it's not a checkmate. Yet.
Yet, it's a very good addition there. Yeah, and now I want a4 on the board. I don't have it though. Okay, bishop c3. a5 is a threat. Maybe some queen d6. Is queen exchange good for black or no? That's a hard question, I think.
I don't know, because with the queens there might be some threats, some back rank threats that we always saw. But without queens, maybe the white pieces coordinate better.
Yeah, maybe this structure is untouchable simply if there are no queens.
And maybe the rook doesn't have any activity because I don't see, okay, I trade rooks, but where do I go? Not to a1, not to d3. I'm not going to attack the pawn on a3. How do we create any?
The c pawn as well.
It's very well blocked as well, no? Maybe the knight could go to c4.
Yeah, then what do you do with black? How do we play? If we don't want to exchange queens, then what is the plan? So maybe not knight b6. Bishop f6. Does it have any idea? Is there
maybe with the knight combination with knight c7 that you were looking at before. I was trying to figure out knight c7 and on bishop c6, bishop f6.
Okay,
You're
a7.
threatening to take on.
Queen a8.
I have to go there. Okay.
Oh,
and
but
knight b6. Queen a6. But no, that loses everything, yes?
Yeah, queen a6. We can just take it and keep taking
a8.
whichever way. Yeah. Yeah, knight e5 played. We're getting all the moves here.
We never know if that's good or bad. We haven't figured that out.
But bishop f6, I think is better to start with than knight c7 because we just take care. Bishop is on a protected square and
maybe now bishop c6, for example, might not be so good. Because I thought something might drop, like bishop takes has to be played.
Yeah, can't take with a knight because queen b2. And on bishop takes we have the check on the back here. And now the queen is active. That's a big bonus.
I'm trying to make something with queen e4 work, but maybe I have to take first on c6, or I don't know.
Let's
I
try.
take on c6, just directly.
If we take on c6, what I didn't like is that a7, a8 is coming.
a7, no? Yes.
On, I think on anything that black does, a7 is just coming. So with the bishop still there on a8, now feels like a moment to do something.
So
but
queen
on queen
e4
e4,
here, no?
we just take.
Yeah, and maybe queen c6 again.
And queen c6, and again we just want a7, a8. This might still hold for black though. There's no way to get to this guy unless there's queen b7. But that is just going to be an exchange anyways, because we
don't forget that that Tom's is never a queen's down.
By promoting, we actually lose a pawn because the pawn is no longer on the board. So
equal endgame. Okay, maybe you don't need queen b7, no?
that matters.
But
There are
there's some
things
bishop
hanging.
b8.
Hmm. Interesting. And that cuts us off completely.
I feel like with a queen on e4, I'd rather pinned myself down than did something really useful.
Okay, so
maybe not
this,
queen e4. What about knight b6? Yes.
so that forces knight takes b6 probably. Take on b6. We cannot take on a8 now because then we lose the a pawn. Or
This looks better.
Or now we switch our focus
To
and
positional play.
and queen g4.
Yeah. So that makes g6 forced.
Queen f3 attacking the rook and threatening queen f6 maybe.
That's annoying. Yeah. The rook threat. Okay, but at least it's no, it is checkmate if I take on a6.
Is it?
If I take with a queen, maybe it's not. Yeah. If I took with a rook, it definitely was.
Yeah, there. Was it queen d8? Yeah, but here the king, there's a perpetual probably, but is there something more?
Is there a
Okay,
perpetual?
yeah, we can just come here, I think.
King
This is,
d8?
uh-huh.
Maybe this way I can try to avoid it.
Or queen g7.
Yeah. I don't know if I can avoid it, but this can be a try.
But, okay, then queen f3 is of course not forced, because anyways, I assume black wants to take the f6 pawn, so let me go queen f4 here. I don't want to allow the king to run away.
No, this is much more dangerous. Well, this is convincing. How do I defend? Maybe just by playing... Oh no, that doesn't defend it.
We give up a lot of pawns, but it's probably not gonna be good when we give up these 3 pawns.
No, this isn't very pleasant. How did we get here again? It was after knight b6, no?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not able to find moves in this position. Okay, but we can take on here, here, and maybe play queen a8.
Okay.
That
Yes.
seems more solid approach. And then some f6 perhaps.
With knight c7 idea.
Now, of course, there's bishop g3, so we don't need to go to the other side anymore.
Yeah. Should we dare with e5? I think e5 is fine.
Looks fine. And it seems to be going towards some equality. With these pawns getting exchanged, and then there's some funny endgame with an exchange and a pawn.
But maybe the pawn on e3 can be eventually won by black.
Yeah,
Oh, there's I'm noticing an idea here. Maybe instead of e5, knight c3. Could it work?
just to
Yeah,
get
to
rid of the
make the
bishop.
structure a little bit weird. And knight e2, king h2, there will be an in-between check there if I take.
Yeah, that's gonna be nice for white.
Yeah, for sure. Okay,
Then
so we keep that for later. I guess.
Yeah, the d5, cutting off the white's bishop. Oh, that's pretty nice. Knight b6 played immediately. We calculated this, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, but I don't remember what was the
And bishop c3, and then we were not sure
decision.
what to do.
Right.
Okay, let's see what happens. This
And
is
that was that idea with queen d6 where we weren't sure if that queen trade was good or not, no?
Yeah, it then it felt like the queen trade is not really that useful, and because of that, then this whole line is maybe not so great for black. But maybe it's not. Maybe we are misevaluating this position. Very likely. But something like bishop c6 now. We actually could not get to the queen trade even.
Well, now you could technically trade queens.
Okay, bye.
If you really want to, but I don't think it helps. No?
Yeah, that's okay. I guess that is true. Technically, we can get them off the board.
What about bishop f6?
Oh, that could be unpleasant move to face.
No, but bishop a8
Yeah, we
and
lose the
rook
pawn.
a8. Okay, rook a8. I was looking at bishop e5 and that wasn't so nice. But rook a8, yeah, I like this better.
We don't have time to play any a7 and create any threats there. Oh, bishop f6 is strong, yeah. So not bishop c6. It seems to lose something. Okay, then knight c6. Another try.
They traded on b6. They are
Yeah.
kind of following what we have. I'm looking at the check and the check on d1 followed by a check on d6.
Yeah, I thought that this is nice for white.
Yes. Yes.
Yet
No,
it's very
that's
hard for me to make any progress on the a file. Like, not gonna take on c6, and sure, I can put a4. But what's gonna happen really next? So let's say here, black just plays g5. No,
g3.
this.
No,
Yeah, but
I don't know.
now it's not scary.
I know, but it is. I know it's scary, but
Yeah, they went different
how
direction.
it?
Knight c4, not
Ah,
bishop c3.
well, this kind of controls the whole d file. The queen is very passive there. So
Queen
I
a7.
guess, yeah, queen a7, because to queen c7 and queen b8, there's bishop e5.
Queen a7.
And maybe now bishop c3, it's still a possibility, no?
Do we need it now, though? We want to
Maybe,
go
no?
here?
Yes.
Maybe we do. Yeah, maybe that's plan. I still would like to get a4 somehow on the board, but somehow it's not coming. Always other moves to make rather than a4.
It would be interesting to get some queen g4 ideas to work again, but not now, no?
Yeah, we just put the knight on c4, so probably not now. Now we are gonna keep it there for a little bit. Yeah, so this game
Has a lot of potential. This game has a
yeah,
lot of potential for sure.
and
What?
still for 3 results. It feels pleasant for white, but black is an exchange up, and it could come to matter later on in the game.
Yeah, he has to be a little bit careful. No, both players here need to be careful.
Mm-hmm.
He's also down on time, and that makes it a bit more difficult for white to play. But really, I feel like from a practical point of view, white's position is more comfortable than black's. But I was going to ask you to take a look at board 4 while we get some more developments here, because we were thinking that this was a dead draw, and now maybe not.
Aha, so their
A
tactics
bit.
took me a while to understand. So we are here, and the idea knight is coming to d5 with a check.
And what?
Then, okay, black has to make a move.
Let's maybe
Knight,
make knight d6, yeah. But knight d6 now drops the b6 pawn, so that's no, it doesn't.
but that's not
It
a big
does. It's
problem.
check. It's check.
But that's not a
It's not
big
a big
problem.
problem, yes, because knight
Because this
d4.
is also a check.
Yes.
So that actually helps black if you take the b6 pawn. But any other idea? Maybe he wants to play queen a8 here. Defend and now threaten this. And
Okay,
queen
but
f6 is only one check.
maybe he can even go back to g7 now, play king f6.
That's the funny way to get there.
Why not? It's the only
But
available way.
why not? We cannot take the b6 pawn because that closes the queen. I mean, this
Yeah.
way.
I was looking at knight d5 and taking the b6 pawn, but that's also not possible because d4 will be hanging.
Yeah, it seems to be safe enough. Yeah, knight d6 played. And I think that if white is not careful, white could actually get in trouble here as well. Because now there's a weakness in white's position as well. So if you miss somewhere some knight jumps, some tactic, yeah, you can just blunder a pawn.
I was wondering if there could be some ideas with, no, but that's not going to happen. Some e5 and queen f6, and after the trades, there's knight d5. Maybe you get the pawn on b6, but no, that's black has to cooperate too much for that to happen.
But yeah, we saw already yesterday Amar making a draw in the knight endgame.
Yes.
Queen and knight actually endgame, which became a knight endgame.
Same type of endgame. He's
So
getting experience in this.
we have knight d5 though. What is happening? What is the move? Queen d4.
That is the move. Why? How?
Oh wow! So here we take.
Right, and knight f6. We made knight f6 work in the end.
Oh, that's
Okay.
interesting. It's very interesting.
So this means that the b6 pawn is lost?
We can go b5.
But you have to be a bit careful with e5, right? Knight f5, maybe? And
Okay, knight f5, yeah. So the only checks are the double checks right now. Oh,
yes.
of course, also queen a7, actually. Queen a7 could win immediately.
And on king c6?
Then we find white is winning. It just looks like it should be winning. If we had b4 on the board, then queen a8 would win. But okay, so where are some forks? Not working?
I don't know. I'm trying to make queen a8 work anyway. and then b4, but then the king advances too much, and I don't see how
Yeah, me
to
too.
go forward. And then if I move the knight away to maybe f4, I don't see anything after queen e5.
Mhm. Okay. Uh,
So maybe one of the checks, like f6, looks more less shaky, no? Looks safer.
yeah, no, king e7, we have queen c5. Very nice. So king to c6. But with this, white loses any attacking possibility.
Yeah, you solve this very fast, king c6, and that's it.
It's like opposite direction from the knight. We just go away.
Yeah.
We don't want to be near the knight. But maybe some more like queen c5 here.
So you want to get more pawns. What? If queen e5? Knight
Then,
b6? No, knight b6, king e6.
yes, that doesn't do anything. Or does it? No, it does.
Knight b6, king e6.
Yeah, knight b6, king e6, and on queen c8 we just go king e7.
Mm-hmm. Not king to f6 because of the fork.
Okay, but we can take on b5 with a check. That's not bad. King d6. Ah, but we exchanged the queens now by force.
Well, if black agrees to the exchange of queens. Or how? How do you trade queens?
Yeah,
With
black I
white?
think is... Well, we just go knight c3.
Queen
Ah, and then
e3?
you can checkmate. Okay.
Yes. It
Oh
goes
well.
both ways.
Yeah, I thought that black agrees to draw immediately. So he has to calculate what happens there after b5. It's scary to play it, but if he doesn't go for it, then what? Can't go king away to e8 because everywhere else you drop a pawn with a check. King d8, okay, it doesn't drop the pawn with a check, but you can take, and anyways you cannot take on e4. So the principled line, the first one to calculate, is what if the what if you don't
I
give the
think
pawn?
yeah, I think b5, what we were looking at before, isn't so clear. It wasn't
Okay,
clear, no? B5.
is f5 clear?
Let's see, knight b6, no?
And then
If we're
king
going to,
c6, and it's all good.
it's all good. Okay. Wait, how is all good here? e5?
Yeah, but they're not threats, so knight to e4.
Careful, don't go on the third rank because of queen b3. So let's go to g1.
Okay. But I think I just have a normal position now. Or is there something hidden? Do you want to exchange queens?
I
Do you
think
not?
knight c4 is the next move, and try to do something about the extra pawn.
Uh-huh. In that way. Okay. Right.
I
Knight
don't think queen
c4.
c I'm not sure that queen c4 would work. Would it work? Because the black king is very advanced. No?
Yeah, go queen e7 now.
I guess it's good to get the knight out of b6 and put it on c4. Yeah.
But it is a pawn. Yeah, we did lose a pawn.
And I think after queen b6, I might get the second one. Could it be?
Here, here.
Ah,
How?
you have queen c5. On queen
And knight
b5, you have
c5.
queen.
Both queen
Okay,
c5
knight
and
c5.
knight c5. Yeah, both of those are there.
Yes.
And actually, this endgame could be all of a sudden just
Lost that way, not with the knight. Yeah.
yeah, and just coming for those, or like here. Yeah. Suddenly black is
No,
playing for a
losing the
win.
pawn on e5. Yeah.
Yeah, with the knight on e4, all of a sudden I think just there's a lot of control in the game for black. Maybe some endgame like this though is possible. And if you take,
Take that one.
I take that one on knight b, and then we just exchange and I play with 2. And if knight b5, then I give a check here, and here I have a check, and here I have another check, and I take on b5.
Nice. Nice way to win a lot of pawns.
The position on the board though is after queen d4.
Yeah, and here you tried f5, but I wasn't clear about b5 still.
No, not clear at all. Yeah, e5 didn't seem to.
I didn't
Although
seem to convince. No.
maybe now we can make still some other move. He goes for f5. Okay.
Oh, he does go for f5. I was not expecting this. You are
It does look visually
on
very,
point.
very, very interesting and appealing. The knight on e4 is just so beautiful. And when we push the king back to g1, even though we're pawn down, we kind of win the possibility to go for to exchange queens because of the king's activity. Those are always those factors that seem important in the endgames, just to have the right to exchange pieces.
I still think that something like knight b6, that we were discussing before will be played. Knight b6.
Yeah, probably.
Here's to
Although,
start.
is
But
there
then
some reason
knight
why?
e4 is check.
Yeah, and then let's say we play a move. Like if there is a way to defend the b6 pawn.
With with king c6.
Now we have this queen b3 still.
Queen b3. Yeah.
Okay, so that was not a good square.
Mm.
Or all. Or
So wait, you want something which is yeah. So on king b7.
c7.
I guess king a6. Just to try and see if that's going to lead to checkmate.
Getting dangerous. Checkmate is
It
not
does
very
look
far.
dangerous. No.
Maybe it holds. Is there now knight b3 checks? And the knight is attacking all the time. But perhaps some queen d6 then. And this endgame with queen exchange with the active king for white is already a different story.
Yeah, I was trying to see if something like a4 also works on knight c5. Or is knight b3 just very annoying? Just here, knight c5, a4 for white.
Oh, for white.
To
Okay,
to
nice.
get to get the king trapped. And if knight a4, I thought there might be some.
Oh, we can take the.
Yeah, or b5 and you go knight c7. Yeah.
That's nice. a4, get the queen trapped.
But maybe
Yeah.
knight b3.
Yeah, but knight b3 we cannot untangle.
And on king c4, knight d2.
Hmm. And we keep checking. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but the queen d6 I think is very strong here.
Queen d6 is strong, yes.
This endgame is getting very, very bad very quickly. So maybe now we need to go knight c5. Then I was thinking to play king d4. And then I don't know what's the next move.
This doesn't look very comfortable for black either.
Unless there is some nice trick at this moment.
I don't think there is because the knight's pinned. It's very hard to find tricks. Yes, okay, king b7, but then
We have knight
even
b6.
b4.
Before. Right.
Even b4 looks interesting, no?
Looks
to go queen c7.
Just winning. More than just interesting, yeah. This is a very strong move. Exchange and some knight a6, and then we are just so tied down. And again, just going for an endgame is probably just good for white.
Queen d7, queen d5. Oh no, queen, maybe not queen d5.
Yeah, we can go back.
Right. And
but also some other moves. Yeah, this is just what you. Some other moves probably like queen a6.
Oh, that's a nice move. Yeah,
c7.
that's one of the good moves.
Yeah, so that's the idea for e5 and then maybe king e3, because we don't have to go back with the king as it was if he took on b6 immediately.
And this was pretty much forced, no? How did we get here? We played... this was e5. Okay, so white has to figure out knight b6 first, because that's very tempting.
Yeah, here we were playing for the idea that now the queen is attacked, the pawn is attacked, and that king c6 is the only move that doesn't drop the pawn with a check. But if that happens, then queen c4, and after king b7 it looked very bad. If we are not missing something obvious again, and here on knight c5, yeah, king d4 just comes to the center, and b4 is a very big threat.
Was there any reason why we didn't go for b4?
Right now?
Yeah, because queen d5, there's b5.
Right, we don't have queen d5 because b5, and there's no way to keep the queen defended. Yeah. But there's queen e5.
That's queen e5 is... Wait. And then you have king d6. Okay.
Yeah, the king has a lot of... It's very useful there in the center. It just controls everything, and we get so much more freedom how to play.
Yeah, and then you have all these ideas that you were mentioning before with the trade of queens. That will work much better when the king is active.
Is there a knight b5 move? I was thinking about this one before, and then I forgot because we had so many lines to analyze.
Okay, so let's start with the knight b6 check.
Now we can go for the endgame, of course. It's possible.
A4 first.
That looks like a good endgame since we don't manage to play here since that pawn is dropping. It could be still a draw since black has more active pawns.
Maybe if he goes bg5, there's no way to make progress. Is that it?
That's a lot of calculation here.
I guess king d3.
Could be any of the moves, really. The best one, hard to say. But
and knight c5 to push the pawn.
g4 very quickly.
I will probably take once and try to push a4.
And now I should start calculating. I had no choice before, so now that's why now is the time to calculate. Again, knight d4 seems not to work because I lose the g4 pawn. It checks.
Oh, knight d6.
So knight d6, yeah.
But are you in time to stop? Ah, knight b5, you stopped the pawn. So b4 maybe. Push both of them.
Here, perhaps?
Mhm.
I think it could be a draw.
Some 97 maybe.
Yeah, some ideas like that, but I can still go f3.
Ah, and then after king c4, you can sacrifice the knight for both pawns.
Yeah. Get to them, and that's it.
Yeah.
And you don't have knight f6 since you can just
No.
attack it and then take on. And then take on g2, yeah.
Such a complicated thing. How did this happen? It happened with knight b5, yeah?
Oh yeah, that was with the knight b5, so an
It
alternative to knight
happened with knight
e4.
b5.
Because I think
So
that
here we traded queens.
I think there's no way not to trade queens because king e8 looks very off. Just, it's too far away and it's still weak, so better to have it.
The other endgame looks with more chances to draw. But queen c4 is totally forced.
It does look quite forced. The queen is attacked.
Yes.
Queen e3.
Queen e3, but
I don't
f4,
know.
no?
Yeah, f4, that's it.
Yeah. So queen c4 is forced because now there's no getting out of this.
Maybe h4 really. Okay, queen g7 got split. Oh, we didn't even look at that one. Hmm.
And it looks so good now.
There's no king c6.
So the king has to go to the 8th rank, not to e8. So d8 or c8.
c8 is mate in 1 with queen c7.
So not c8. That only leaves d8. And
Oh
there's
wow.
something covering on f7.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, but there's a result. Anish Giri
Oh,
wins the game.
let's see. How did that happen?
So queen a7, this is where we left it.
Yes.
And now, yeah, since the game is over, we also have a bar here. I don't know if it's active now or no. Maybe it's still loading, yeah. So bishop c3 was played.
Yeah.
Bishop f6. He went to a5. Rook
This
went
all
to
looks
b8.
very normal. Yes.
Okay, apparently bishop c3. Oh, we have already the
analysis.
Yeah, so apparently bishop c3 was the mistake.
So
And
what was the bishop e5?
just keep the position locked down. And that is some computer line here. Just a lot of maneuvering around and it's zeros because nobody can do anything. So the sacrifice was interesting. It was fine. But yeah, here, didn't find a plan. And he heads down on 3 minutes in this complicated position. And now he needed to play f3 apparently, and he went 96. And now
And why was
bishop
this a blunder? Because bishop e5.
And there's a checkmate threats now on the first rank. So queen a6 comes. And without the pawn, of course, it's over.
He must have missed something after knight d6, because if you see that after bishop e5 you have to come back to c4, you don't probably play knight d6.
Yeah.
He probably thought he had something.
It was low on time, and it happened. And wow, we also are gonna have a result on board 1. What happened? What is going
Black
on?
Who is
White,
winning?
White is winning.
White is winning. What's going on?
Black is one tempo too short to pick up the pawn, I think. Yeah. Wow. This is crazy stuff.
We had that, what he was bishop, rook and bishop endgame where we left it off, and white was trying some plan with f4, and we saw, yeah, rook f1.
And allow the king to activate. Oh, and it allowed to go to the rook endgame, which probably evaluated as very, very safe. But
Not so safe.
Really, b3 too. Well, a bit surprising. I would think that king has to come and help a bit. But yeah, he just did this. And now I think he's one tempo too short just.
So we take the pawn? Yes, no? On king b5? Do we first take the pawn, or?
I think we go king e7.
And allow black to take the pawn on b3.
Yeah, we don't waste time. Because now
right.
when
you win the pawn on c5.
We could be facing some c4 moves and then a pawn running. Yeah, king e7. Since if we took it here, then c4, an exchange, and then on king e7 there's a pawn already running. And now we have to waste time to do it.
Yeah, and on king b4, king d6, king b3, then king c5, and there's only the a pawn to hold.
And on a5 we can even give an intermediate check and take on g2 with a check.
Yeah.
So, wow.
We're going to have two clear leaders after this round who have actually played each other.
Yeah, who played each other already.
How is Abdusatorov doing? Just very curious now seeing the developments.
So he is... okay, need a moment again.
Let me count the pieces. One second. Okay.
Oh, black has an extra piece. White has a lot of pawns.
Yes. Yeah. Was important to count the pieces.
He's trying to win, I guess. That is safe to say, if he has sacrificed a piece. But it feels safe for black, at least at the moment. But at time, though, time is not safe.
No, time is not safe. And maybe black could make mistakes in time trouble. So that pawn mass looks dangerous, looks very scary. G4, G5, G6.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 moves. We have 4 moves to do something good with those knights.
But now you have to move the rook, because just pushing the pawn will probably won't help, no? If you give up a rook.
Because you can even then give up a rook as well. Worst case scenario. So the rook goes...
I thought to b3, but knight e4 comes with tempo, and...
Is it a tempo, though? Because you also get pinned.
And rook e3.
But whoa, no time. I really wanted to play rook h6 and get rid of the bishop, but I don't manage to. Because rook e8 at the end just comes. We're not in time to play knight c7. Okay, but I can start with rook, maybe e5. No, what am I talking? g4, and that's it. That doesn't
G5,
work.
no?
Or g4 and rook e3, yeah.
Oh, yes. So it's basically up a piece, but not really, because of the knight on a6. How does the knight on a6 come back into the game? Maybe knight d5? Yes.
When knight gets to c7, it's already kind of in the game. E8 square is very, very important to control.
Yeah, but we are moving on the g file, not on the e file for now. So let's see how that helps. Maybe knight f6?
Yeah, something like this.
No, this is not nice, no? Yeah.
Yeah, knight f6 stops the pawn. So cannot play g4 here.
Cannot play g4, so then do you...
Maybe
I was thinking
b5.
start b5.
Just to have this knight hanging a bit.
Unexpected. But maybe still... Okay, take.
Take.
And knight f6 idea.
Just like that.
Yeah, I think it still works. I was thinking to go rook f3 instead of b5. That's why b5 surprised me.
And rook b2 has no point, I guess. Yeah, king is just goes to a8 and that's it. And okay, but even this position, how do you proceed with black?
I thought that if I take on h5, you take with the rook.
With the rook, yeah.
Maybe there's time to bring the knight. Knight c7. I see that he played rook to f1, which makes a lot of sense. Stopping a lot of knight f6 ideas. Because what I was doing before was rook b3 and rook f3. It just loses a tempo.
But of course now knight b4 is the move to calculate.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he saw that g4. 94, yeah. But
or
still
93.
rook e2. 93, maybe rook f3.
Yeah, that's... I guess there's nothing after rook e2, king h3 just, and that's it. Again, those knights.
Again, those knights.
How do players do that? How do they keep the knights for the end game?
They're trying to keep us entertained and 100% focused. There's no relaxing with these knights jumping around. We have a few more results. I'm just checking what has happened on the other boards. There was a draw on board 6. And there was a draw on board 8. Andy Woodward against Adam Kozak. Yeah.
Yeah, this is not easy to face. So don't manage to bring the... Okay, knight d5. Okay, that's why knight d5 comes now. Knight b4 was kind of slow, was not doing anything.
So how's g4? That's always the question.
It's on the board.
He also played it, yeah?
Yeah, he made a plan, and when opponent is low on time, it's a nice strategy just to move at least in a pair of moves. Not just one move and then think, but yeah, just think 2-3 moves and then do it. Of course, it requires ability to calculate precisely short lines, but which is usually the very hard part, but also it can be very, very effective.
I was wondering about knight e3 here, but it probably does nothing, just rook g1.
Okay, now he takes on b4, and we go. I think 97 is gonna... Yeah, he calculated the line, and now he just goes for it. Either convinced that it's good, or simply knowing that it doesn't work, but it looks scary, and trying to push pressure on time. It could be that it just he calculated that nothing really works like convincingly for white, and so he's just trying to pressure on time and trying to force a mistake. Okay, now the big question: knight d3 or knight e7?
I was looking at knight e7.
Knight e7, I think the unpleasant part is rook f6.
Yeah.
And in case of rook takes, I'm even considering to take with a pawn.
And rook g1? No, but
No,
knight d5?
And rook e1.
And knight f6?
And play this endgame?
Is it winning? Knight takes?
I don't know. but the knight is awkward when it needs to stop the h-pawn, so that's my hope. The king is extremely far away.
Yeah, he played rook e4. No fun for you.
Okay, so on g6, what do we have? Why is white not winning immediately?
It's a good question. Was there anything else besides taking the bishop? G6,
We
rook h4.
can't stop g7. No way to give up anything.
And even rook h, yeah. There's never a double attack because rook g2.
It could be that he blundered in time trouble. No, king g3 played. Why? What's going on? Why is this not like winning totally?
So rook h4, king g1, take the bishop.
We don't go here because then, yeah, we could lose the pawn. But yeah, we just go back.
Take the bishop. Rook takes h5, g7, rook g5, rook g2.
G2.
Take.
We can take on g7.
You can take on
Aha.
g7.
That's the way. Wow. And then we go knight e7. And you can't get to my rook anymore. Other knight defense from d5 and king gets out and black could be winning.
Nice.
Well,
Okay.
oh wow, that is great. Yeah, because the idea was here that we do have a fork on e3, but it doesn't do anything.
But you would have gone to h, yeah, or to g1.
And anyways, we just promote one of the pawns. But yeah, okay, so we can take the pawn on g7 and give back the rook. And now knight took on f2. There's pawn. Oh, what is going on? Where is the position?
Yeah, king g3. What? Knight d3. Okay.
Playing instantly.
But isn't g7 winning now? Ah, no, because you take on f7 and you play rook g4.
But we take when we promote.
Oh, oops.
Yeah, that was my first thought as well. This is on the board.
He played g7.
And I think looking at the body language of the player with black pieces, he realizes what's happened.
Maybe he also thought he could take on f7.
Yeah, something like this, like in time trouble, you can miss totally. But yeah, I don't like this. I wonder. Yeah, either that endgame after 97.
Can we see how he sacrificed the piece for 3 pawns? Because it didn't look so obvious. Someone is informing us that Faustino Oro is at 2632 performance rating, and he's on 3.5 out of 6. So he's on his way to finding his first GM norm.
Yeah, still on track. Okay, so here was maneuvering, and okay, bishop kind of got trapped, but kind of got sacrificed. I don't know. A lot of pieces fell, and suddenly there are 2 pawns over there. Okay, and white...
that's how he won h5.
Yeah.
And we have a result. So black resigned in that position.
Yeah. So this is, we already see the bar. That this is already winning for white.
So already here.
Yeah, here it was equal. But rook e6 forcing f7 is a bit... If you can't stop the pawns, then you should want them to be as far as possible. And now bring the knights over probably was the way to go. Quickly
get knight c3 immediately. But I think what he didn't like on knight c3 was rook b3. Maybe that's why he played rook e6.
Yeah, maybe. But what about getting the knight to e6? That would be a big win.
Yeah.
It's a very, very big progress. Just this one move. If we have the knight there, we have so many options to give back the piece if that's necessary. Just imagining knights standing like this, even. The coverage is just very big. But yeah, so hard to play those positions in time trouble, and yeah, you make a move that maybe he thought that it tactically works somehow. Yeah, knight c7 apparently here was still the move. Just need to get it over as fast as possible. And as we see by the bar, this is all just was just winning. No way to stop the pawns anymore. Wow, Abasatoro 4.5. Lot of resultative games today. Okay, we had draw on board 4 in the meantime. They just made a draw in this position with a repetition.
Oh, I was expecting much more out of this.
I guess the idea is that Queen c7 doesn't achieve much, and white got tangled. And let's see, Queen g7. Was it the way? No, Queen g7. We see an question mark. So
what was the way?
Was e5 the way? We don't know exactly.
No, it says. I think it said knight b6 was the best move. If you go a bit.
Yeah, it's similar. Yeah, e5 or knight. So e5 and knight e4 had to be played. Yeah, here the only move, and then we could play king e2 even. Not king e3 as well. But king e3 was the move that we were analyzing. Here on king c6. Anyways, the position is supposedly good. So we did calculate correctly. This position is good. Just there's a4 move that still doesn't lose for black. Makes sense to stop b4.
Knight b4, king d7. Okay.
Yeah, but that's just a great endgame.
He could have grind out this for a long time.
Yeah, so he rushed this queen g7. He already had a chance there. And also could take on b6, and it was still already just better. Probably queen g7, it just looks so scary, so appealing. But yeah, you play the move and then you realize, oh it's just not exactly working. And we have still the game going on board 1, so let's see if it's over. It's about to be over. It's going to be over in a move now. Yeah. c3, rook a3, and resignation.
Or maybe just immediate resignation. Yes.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh wow, another resultative game. What a round. Out of nowhere, just suddenly.
I think so.
It exploded.
We were giving this one as a draw, and we thought that the board 2 was going to be a draw. Board 3 didn't look that exciting either at some point. And the most exciting game, board 4, actually ended in a draw.
Yeah, but players were determined to fight, and when players do fight, then chances appear for both sides, really. When when nobody wants to fight, yeah, then there's possibility that it just gets dried out, and that's it. Yeah. We saw that very much in the game between Maxadlu and Giri, because White wanted to fight, just didn't want a simple equality. There was a possibility to basically get a symmetrical position on the board completely, but he wanted a game. And sometimes it works out, but sometimes it backfires. That's the way it is, unfortunately. And we have, all the top 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, top 15 boards are finished.
Yeah. Yes.
So we have 2 leaders, is that correct? Giri
that is correct.
Indic, yeah.
Giri and Indic. They cannot meet again. They already played.
So they are on 5 out of 7. No, 5 out of 6, that is. We have 6 rounds so far, 3 more to go. So they are in big... they're making a big claim to fight for the first place. And
how many players do we have on 4.5? Because I think it's only Abdusatorov. Or did anyone else win?
No, the only one. Abdusatorov. Yeah.
There was a draw. I didn't see what Yes, Theodore also made a draw.
Hmm. So, and I think that the next round is gonna be in that place, Indic with Abusatorov. And Giri is gonna be playing. Oh no,
Someone on 4 points.
maybe. Well, it's hard to say. Maybe it's gonna be actually Abusatorov Giri as well. Yeah. I started to think about the rules when how many times and how you can be lowered in the pairings or taken up and so on. But then I realized that it's actually a very complicated situation now in the standings since players are having the point gap in every direction and so on.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but
then
we know that for sure on board one we're going to have Abdusadorov against either Indic or Giri tomorrow, which is going to be exciting.
and we have a very big group with 4 points. And who is gonna play who? We don't know. Who is gonna be on the camera boards? We have no idea as well. But whoever will be there, I am sure that they'll be providing us with some exciting stuff and some good chess to follow.
Especially since they will be a point behind, so they will be trailing by a full point. They probably want to get back into the fight.
Yeah, it's exactly 3 rounds to go. Round six, no, round seven is
So,
like super important point in the open tournament because it's very often that yeah, if you lose in round seven, it's already you cannot really correct this mistake. It's already too late. If you lose earlier, then you have a chance to get 3 last wins and you can still correct the place in the standings. But yeah, round seven is already this kind of super decisive moment when the tiredness kicks in, the big attention is there, and it's already after it. It's already clear who is going to be fighting for the top places and who is not.
yes. Well, I look forward to tomorrow's round. That's certain.
Yeah. So, and with that, we will finish today's coverage, and we will see you all tomorrow in the same time as today. So, have a good evening, have a good day, and bye bye.
See you tomorrow.